What if you could access the same consciousness that turned water into wine, healed the sick, and raised the dead? What if the greatest miracle wasn't to repeat these feats, but to understand the state of being that made them possible? For centuries, humanity has venerated Christ as a divine figure. But what if he came to show us what we are capable of becoming? What if the invitation wasn't to worship him, but to think like him? This audiobook is a revolutionary journey that unites cutting-edge neuroscience, quantum physics, and the deepest teachings of Christ to reveal a transformative truth. You don't need to wait for a miracle. You can become the miracle. You will discover how to step out of the mind conditioned by the world, programmed by fear, scarcity, separation, and enter the mind of the Spirit, where everything is possible, where you are connected to the infinite source of all creation. Think like Christ is not about religion. It's about inner revolution. It's about awakening to the truth of who you really are, a supernatural being, capable of manifesting, healing, and transforming not only your life, but the world around you. Prepare to die to the old self and resurrect into a new reality. Your quantum field is waiting. Your transformation begins now. Chapter 1. The Invitation of Christ. You didn't come here to be ordinary. Let me ask you something that might make you uncomfortable. What if everything you were taught about Jesus Christ was designed to keep you small? What if the greatest deception in human history wasn't that he didn't exist, but that he was so extraordinary that you could never become like him? I know what you're thinking. This sounds blasphemous, heretical even. But stay with me, because what I'm about to share with you has the power to shatter the glass ceiling of your potential and reveal the truth that's been hiding in plain sight for 2,000 years. Christ never asked you to worship him. He asked you to follow him. And there's a universe of difference between those two invitations. When you worship something, you place it above you, untouchable, unreachable, existing in a realm you can never access. When you follow something, you walk the same path. You develop the same capabilities. You become. Very truly, I tell you, whoever believes in me will do the works I have been doing, and they will do even greater things than these. Those are his words, not mine. Read them again. Greater things, not equal things, greater. So why aren't you doing them? Why aren't you healing the sick, manifesting abundance, walking through life with unshakable peace, regardless of external circumstances? Why does the promise feel so far from your reality? Because somewhere along the way, you were programmed to believe that Christ was the exception, not the example. The religious institutions needed you to believe this. The world needed you to believe this, because the moment you truly understand what Christ was demonstrating, you become dangerous. Not dangerous in a violent way, but dangerous to every system that profits from your limitation, your fear, your sense of separation from the divine. You see, Christ didn't come to show you how divine he was. He came to show you how divine you are. Let me take you back to a moment that changed my understanding of everything. I was sitting in my study, frustrated, exhausted from trying to manifest the life I desired. I had read all the books, done the visualizations, repeated the affirmations, and yes, some things had shifted, but nothing like the quantum leaps I'd witnessed in others. Nothing like the miracles I'd read about. That's when a question dropped into my consciousness like a stone breaking the surface of still water. What would it feel like to think like Christ? Not pray to Christ, Not worship Christ, not even try to be like Christ in some distant, aspirational way, but actually think the way he thought, feel the way he felt, perceive reality the way he perceived it. And in that moment, everything changed, because I realized that Christ operated from a completely different paradigm than the one I'd been living in. While I was thinking in terms of lack, he thought in terms of abundance. While I was perceiving separation, he perceived unity. While I was reacting to circumstances, he was creating them. The Bible tells us that Christ could walk on water, but have you ever asked yourself why? Not how, but why? What was different about his relationship with physical reality that the laws of physics bent to his will? Science is now giving us the answer, and it's more extraordinary than any religion dared to tell you. Quantum physics has proven that the observer affects the observed. The very act of measuring something changes it. Your consciousness, your attention, your expectation literally shapes the material world around you. Christ knew this. He didn't just know it intellectually, he embodied it. He lived from a state of being where he understood that matter is nothing more than energy condensed to a slow vibration. And when you exist at a higher frequency of consciousness, you can interact with matter in ways that appear supernatural to those still trapped in lower frequencies. This is not magic. This is not wishful thinking. This is the mechanics of reality that modern science is only now beginning to understand, but that mystics and masters have known for millennia. You were born with the same neurological hardware as Christ, the same energetic system, the same access to the quantum field where all possibilities exist. The only difference is the software you're running. Right now, most of humanity is running the program of the world. It's a program based on separation, competition, survival, limitation. It's a program that says you are your body, you are your circumstances, you are your past. It's a program that convinces you that you're powerless, that miracles are rare, that suffering is inevitable. But Christ ran a different program. He ran the program of the Spirit, a program based on unity, abundance, creation, infinite possibility, a program that says you are consciousness, having a human experience. You are the creator of your circumstances. You are unlimited potential, expressing itself in physical form. The invitation he extended 2,000 years ago is the same invitation available to you right now, in this moment. Change the way you think, and you change your life. Transform your mind, and you transform your world. This is what he meant by being born again. Not a religious conversion, but a complete reboot of your operating system. A death of the old identity, and a resurrection into a new way of being. And here's what they never told you in church. This isn't about becoming more spiritual while staying the same. This is about becoming so spiritually aligned that your physical reality has no choice but to reorganize itself around your new state of being. When Christ said, "I and the Father are one," he wasn't claiming to be special. He was revealing the truth of consciousness itself, that at the deepest level of reality, there is no separation between you and the creative intelligence that's orchestrating the entire universe. Think about that. The same intelligence that's spinning galaxies, that's coordinating the precise dance of atoms in every cell of your body, that's growing a baby from a single fertilized egg without any conscious effort on your part. That intelligence is you, not with you, not helping you. You, but you can't access it while thinking like the world thinks. You can't tap into infinite creative power while your mind is racing with worry, doubt, and fear. You can't manifest miracles while your emotional state is broadcasting a signal of lack and limitation. Christ understood that the mind of the Spirit operates at a completely different frequency than the mind of the world. And to access supernatural abilities, you have to match that frequency. This is why he would withdraw to solitary places to pray. He wasn't asking an external God for favors. He was tuning his consciousness to the frequency of the divine. He was aligning his energy with the field of all possibilities. He was becoming so coherent in his internal state that his external reality had to mirror it. The water didn't turn into wine because Christ begged it to. It turned into wine because in his state of being, that transformation was the natural order of things. The sick weren't healed because he petitioned heaven on their behalf. They were healed because in his presence, the frequency of wholeness was so strong that their bodies entrained to it. This is not mythology. This is energy. This is vibration. This is the science of consciousness that we're only now beginning to understand. Your brain is designed to be the receiver and transmitter of information from the quantum field. When you think a thought, you send a signal into the field. When you feel an emotion, you amplify that signal with energy. Together, thought and feeling create a state of being, and your state of being is what broadcasts your message to the universe. Christ's state of being was so aligned with love, unity, abundance, and possibility that he literally walked through the world as a living prayer. His very presence was a transmission of healing energy, not because he was God and you're not, but because he had mastered the art of becoming God in human form. And here's the radical truth that will set you free. You can do the same. You weren't born to struggle through life, hoping for occasional blessings from an external deity. You were born to consciously co-create your reality in partnership with the intelligence that's dreaming the entire cosmos into existence. But you can't do it with the mind you have right now. The mind that's been programmed by trauma, by limitation, by the collective consciousness of fear and separation. You need a new mind, the mind of Christ. This isn't about religion. This is about revolution, an internal revolution that changes everything. When you begin to think like Christ, you stop seeing yourself as a victim of circumstances and start seeing yourself as the creator of them. When you begin to feel like Christ, you stop waiting for your life to change and start generating the energy that changes it. When you begin to be like Christ, you stop looking for miracles and start being one. The religious establishment told you that Christ was the Son of God to keep you feeling like a mere human. But what if the truth is that Christ was showing you what a human being becomes when they fully embody their divine nature? You are not a human being trying to have a spiritual experience. You are a spiritual being having a human experience. And the moment you truly understand this, not just intellectually but cellularly, everything changes. Your DNA isn't fixed. Epigenetics has proven that your environment, your thoughts, your emotions literally change which genes are expressed. You can signal new genes, create new proteins, rebuild your body from the inside out. This isn't theory. This is measurable, observable science. Christ performed what we call miracles. But what if he was simply operating from a level of consciousness where the laws of biology, chemistry, and physics respond differently? Where mind truly does govern matter. Modern science now knows that your thoughts create chemical reactions in your brain that release specific neurotransmitters and hormones. These chemicals don't just affect your mood, they affect every cell in your body. When you think thoughts of stress, fear, and lack, you're literally poisoning your system with the chemistry of survival. But when you think thoughts of love, gratitude, and abundance, you're bathing your cells in the chemistry of creation. You're sending a signal to your body that it's safe to heal, safe to thrive, safe to express its supernatural potential. Christ lived in this elevated state constantly. His emotional signature wasn't dependent on external circumstances because he understood that the kingdom of heaven, the realm of infinite possibility, wasn't somewhere out there. It was within him, and it's within you too. Every time you react to your environment with the same predictable emotions, you're thinking like the world thinks. You're letting your external reality control your internal state. But when you learn to generate elevated emotions independent of circumstances, when you can feel gratitude before the manifestation, peace before the problem is solved, joy before the evidence appears, you're thinking like the Spirit thinks. This is the secret that's been hidden in plain sight throughout every teaching Christ gave. The Beatitudes weren't just poetic philosophy. They were a roadmap to a higher state of consciousness. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called children of God. These aren't moral guidelines. These are energetic principles. When you're meek, surrendered, not forcing or controlling, you're in flow with the intelligence of the universe. When your heart is pure, undivided, coherent, you can perceive the divine in everything. When you're at peace within yourself, you're radiating a frequency that creates peace in your external world. Christ wasn't teaching religion. He was teaching consciousness. He was showing you how to upgrade your internal software so that your external hardware, your physical reality, could run programs you never thought possible. And here's what makes this so urgent, so important for you to understand right now. The world needs you to remember who you are. Look around. Humanity is trapped in the lowest frequencies of consciousness. Fear is being broadcast constantly through media, through social conditioning, through every system designed to keep you small, obedient, and dependent. The mind of the world is a mind of scarcity, competition, separation, and survival. But you have a choice. Every single moment, you have a choice. You can continue thinking the way the world thinks, reacting to circumstances, feeling powerless, waiting for something outside of you to change so you can finally feel different. Or you can make the decision that Christ made, to think like the Spirit, to feel like the divine, to be the change you wish to see. This isn't easy. Let me be honest with you. Transforming your mind requires you to die to who you've been. It requires you to let go of the familiar identity that's been shaped by years of conditioning. It requires you to stop being the person everyone knows you to be and start becoming the person you came here to be. Christ told you that you must lose your life to find it. This is what he meant. You must lose the limited, fear-based, world-conditioned version of yourself to find the unlimited, love-based, spirit-aligned truth of yourself. And when you do this, when you truly commit to thinking like Christ, the universe conspires to support you. Synchronicities become commonplace. Resources appear. Doors open. Healing happens. Relationships transform. Your entire life reorganizes itself around your new frequency. This is not a promise of ease. This is a promise of power. The power to create, to heal, to manifest, to live as the supernatural being you truly are. So here's my question to you. Are you ready? Are you ready to stop playing small? Are you ready to stop waiting for permission to be extraordinary? Are you ready to step into the consciousness that Christ modeled and discover what you're truly capable of? Because the invitation is here. It's always been here. Not from a man who lived 2,000 years ago, but from the eternal presence of divine intelligence that's alive within you right now. You didn't come here to be ordinary. You came here to be a demonstration of what's possible when a human being fully awakens to their divine nature. You came here to be the miracle, and it starts with a single decision: to think differently, to feel differently, to be different. The mind of the world will try to pull you back. It always does. Your old identity will fight for survival. Your environment will resist your transformation. But every master who has ever walked this earth has faced the same resistance and chosen the path anyway. Christ faced temptation in the wilderness. He was offered power, wealth, and glory if he would only bow down to the world's way of thinking. But he refused. He chose, instead, to bow only to the truth of the Spirit within him. You face that same choice every day. Every moment you choose fear over love, you're bowing to the world. Every moment you choose reaction over creation, you're bowing to the world. Every moment you choose limitation over possibility, you're bowing to the world. But every moment you choose love, you're thinking like Christ. Every moment you choose creation, you're thinking like Christ. Every moment you choose possibility, you're thinking like Christ. And the more you practice this, the more natural it becomes. The neural pathways in your brain begin to rewire. The energy centers in your body begin to activate. Your heart becomes coherent. Your mind becomes clear. Your emotions become elevated. You begin to live from a state of being that's so aligned with the frequency of the divine that your life becomes a living testament to what's possible. You become the proof that the teachings of Christ weren't mythology, but methodology. This is your birthright. This is your destiny. This is what you came here to remember. You are not separate from God. You are not less than divine. You are not powerless. You are consciousness itself, expressing through a human nervous system with the capacity to think, feel, and create at levels that most people never access because they never question the programming of the world. But you're different. You're reading these words because something in you remembers. Something in you knows there's more. Something in you is ready to awaken. And that something is the Christ consciousness within you. Not a religious concept, but a living presence of infinite intelligence and creative power. The journey ahead will challenge everything you thought you knew about yourself, about God, about reality itself. But I promise you this. On the other side of this transformation is a version of you that's so aligned, so empowered, so free that your old life will seem like a distant dream. Welcome to the path of thinking like Christ. Welcome to the journey of becoming supernatural. Welcome to the truth of who you really are. Your resurrection begins now. Chapter 2. The Mind of the World versus the Mind of the Spirit. Two frequencies, two realities. There are two voices in your head right now, and most of the time you don't even realize they're speaking different languages. One voice speaks the language of the world, the other speaks the language of the spirit, and which voice you listen to determines not just your mood or your day, but the entire trajectory of your life and what's possible for you. The mind of the world is loud. It's insistent. It's been with you since you were born, programmed into you by your parents, your teachers, your culture, your experiences. It's the voice that says, be realistic, Don't get your hopes up. Look at what happened last time. You're not special enough, smart enough, worthy enough. It's the voice of limitation disguised as wisdom, of fear disguised as protection. The mind of the spirit is quieter. It's patient. It doesn't argue or defend itself. It simply knows. It's the voice that whispers, "What if? Why not you? What would love do?" It's the voice of infinite possibility, of creative power, of your true nature, trying to remind you who you really are. Right now, I'm going to show you something that will change everything. These aren't just different perspectives or philosophical viewpoints. These are two completely different frequencies of consciousness, and each one creates a totally different reality. Think of your brain as a radio. It can tune in to different stations, different frequencies. When you're tuned to the frequency of the world, you pick up fear, anxiety, competition, lack, separation. When you're tuned to the frequency of the spirit, you pick up love, peace, abundance, unity, infinite possibility. Same brain, same person, completely different experience of reality. Neuroscience has now proven what mystics have known for thousands of years. Your brain doesn't distinguish between what's happening in your external environment and what you're imagining in your internal environment. When you think a thought, your brain releases the same chemicals, whether that thought is about something real or something imagined. This is massive. Do you understand what this means? It means that every time you replay a traumatic memory, your body is experiencing that trauma again, right now, in present time. Every time you rehearse a fear about the future, your body is living in that fearful future, right now. You're not remembering stress or anticipating stress. You are stress. The mind of the world keeps you trapped in this cycle. It convinces you that your thoughts are just random mental activity, that they don't really matter as long as you're not acting on them. But that's the lie that keeps you enslaved to mediocrity. Your thoughts are not passive observations. They are active creations. Every thought you think sends an electromagnetic signal out into the quantum field. Every emotion you feel charges that signal with energy, and the combination of your thoughts and your emotions creates your state of being, which is the invisible blueprint for your life. Christ understood this perfectly. That's why he said, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." He wasn't giving you a nice suggestion for positive thinking. He was giving you the master key to transformation. Change your mind. Change your frequency. Change your reality. Let me show you exactly how this works, because once you see it, you can never unsee it. The mind of the world operates in what we call survival mode. This is the state your ancient ancestors needed to stay alive when they were being chased by predators. Your sympathetic nervous system activates, flooding your body with stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. Your heart rate increases. Your blood flows away from your vital organs and into your extremities so you can fight or flee. Your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for creativity, planning, and higher thinking, shuts down because all that matters is immediate survival. This state was designed to be temporary. You encounter the threat, you respond, the threat passes, and you return to balance. But here's the problem. The modern world has hijacked this ancient survival system and turned it on permanently. You wake up and check your phone. Immediately, you're bombarded with news designed to trigger fear, comparison, and urgency. You go to work, where you're constantly competing, performing, trying to prove your worth. You come home and watch television that shows you everything that's wrong with the world. You scroll social media and compare your behind the scenes to everyone else's highlight reel. Your body can't tell the difference between a real threat and a perceived threat. So every email that stresses you out, every bill that worries you, every comparison that makes you feel inadequate, every news story that scares you, your body interprets as a threat to your survival, and it responds accordingly. You're living in chronic stress, and when you're in stress, you're thinking with the mind of the world. Here's what most people don't realize. Stress isn't caused by your circumstances. Stress is caused by your thoughts about your circumstances. Two people can experience the exact same situation, and one will be completely stressed while the other remains at peace. The difference isn't what's happening. The difference is the frequency they're tuned to. When you're operating from the mind of the world, you're always reacting. Something happens, and you have an automatic, predictable emotional response. Your boss criticizes you, and you feel inadequate. Your partner ignores you, and you feel rejected. Your bank account is low, and you feel anxious. You're living as an effect, not a cause. You're at the mercy of your environment. But when you're operating from the mind of the spirit, you're responding from a place of creative power. You're not denying that challenges exist, but you're not giving them power over your internal state. You understand that your state of being is your choice. Regardless of external circumstances, Christ demonstrated this constantly. When the storm raged, he was at peace. When the crowds criticized him, he remained centered. When he faced crucifixion, he said, "Father, forgive them." He wasn't reacting to the world. He was responding from a frequency so high, so coherent, that the world couldn't shake him. Now here's where it gets really interesting. Science has discovered that when you're in a stressed state, your brain waves are in what's called beta. Beta brain waves are rapid, chaotic, and incoherent. When you're in beta, you're hyper-focused on matter, on the physical world, on all the things you can see and touch and worry about. But when you move into states of deep relaxation, meditation, or flow, your brain waves slow down. You move into alpha and then theta, and if you go deep enough, delta. In these slower brain wave states, something extraordinary happens. You become less focused on matter and more tuned into energy. You start to perceive beyond the physical. You access information that's not available to the five senses. This is the frequency of the spirit. This is the state Christ lived in. Not occasionally, not just during prayer, but as his baseline consciousness. And this is the state you need to learn to access if you want to think like Christ and create like Christ. The mind of the world tells you that you need to see it to believe it. The mind of the spirit knows that you need to believe it to see it. Do you see the difference? One is waiting for external evidence before it will shift internally. The other generates the internal shift first, knowing that the external evidence must follow. This is why Christ said, "According to your faith, it will be done to you." Not according to your circumstances, not according to your past, not according to what seems realistic, according to your faith, according to the frequency you're holding, according to the state of being you're broadcasting into the field. Most people are trying to change their lives while maintaining the same state of being that created their current lives. They want more money, but they're still thinking thoughts of lack. They want a better relationship, but they're still feeling unworthy. They want health, but they're still stressed. And then they wonder why nothing changes. You cannot create a new reality from the same consciousness that created your old reality. It's impossible. It's like trying to tune into a different radio station while keeping your dial locked on the same frequency. The mind of the world keeps you locked in a very specific frequency range. It's the frequency of separation, of seeing yourself as isolated and alone in a hostile universe. It's the frequency of lack, of believing there's not enough to go around, that if someone else wins, you lose. It's the frequency of unworthiness, of feeling like you need to earn love, deserve abundance, prove your value. But the mind of the spirit operates in a completely different frequency range. It's the frequency of unity, of knowing that you're inseparably connected to the infinite intelligence that's creating everything. It's the frequency of abundance, of understanding that the quantum field is infinite and there's more than enough for everyone. It's the frequency of inherent worthiness, of recognizing that you are divine expression itself, and your value is unchangeable and absolute. These aren't just different ways of thinking. These are different electromagnetic signatures that interact with the quantum field in radically different ways. When you broadcast the frequency of lack, the field responds by showing you more lack. Not because the universe is punishing you, but because that's how energy works. Like attracts like. You get more of what you are, not more of what you want. When you broadcast the frequency of abundance, the field responds by showing you more abundance. Opportunities appear, resources flow, synchronicities multiply. Again, not because you're being rewarded, but because you're in energetic resonance with abundance. This is the law of attraction, but it's not the watered-down version you've heard about where you just think positive thoughts and hope for the best. This is the quantum mechanics of consciousness. Your state of being is literally organizing the atoms and molecules around you. Your frequency is collapsing wave functions of possibility into particle reality. Christ knew this. That's why he didn't pray by begging or pleading. He gave thanks before the manifestation appeared. He felt the reality of what he was creating before it showed up in physical form. He understood that in the quantum field, past, present, and future exist simultaneously, and the act of feeling grateful for something not yet visible in the three-dimensional world actually pulls that reality from the field of possibility into material existence. But you can't access this creative power while you're thinking with the mind of the world. The frequency is too dense, too slow, too focused on limitation. The mind of the world is obsessed with the past. It constantly replays what happened, analyzes what went wrong, and uses your history as evidence for what's possible in your future. Every time you say, "I can't because last time I tried," or "I'm just not good at," or "that's not who I am," you're thinking with the mind of the world. You're letting your past define your future. The mind of the spirit lives in the eternal now. It understands that the past is gone and the future is not yet created. The only moment that exists is this one, right now. And in this moment, you have the power to choose a new thought, feel a new emotion, and broadcast a new frequency. Christ said, "Do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself." He wasn't being reckless or irresponsible. He was pointing you to the only place where true power exists, the present moment. Because when you're fully present, you're not running the programs of your past. You're not projecting fears into your future. You're available to receive inspiration, guidance, and creative downloads from the infinite intelligence of the Spirit. Most people are never fully present. They're physically here but mentally elsewhere. They're in a meeting but thinking about an argument they had yesterday. They're eating dinner but worrying about bills. They're with their children but scrolling through their phones. This scattered attention is the hallmark of the mind of the world, and it keeps you powerless. The mind of the Spirit is focused, coherent, undivided. When Christ was with people, he was fully with them. When he was teaching, He was completely present to the teaching. When he was healing, his entire being was focused on the healing. This coherence of attention created a powerful electromagnetic field around him that people could actually feel. They called it his presence, and it was so strong that a woman touching the hem of his garment was instantly healed. You have access to this same coherence. But first, you have to become aware of just how fragmented your attention has become. You have to notice how often your mind is anywhere except where your body is. You have to catch yourself in the act of rehearsing the past or worrying about the future and make the conscious choice to return to now. This is not easy. The mind of the world has trained you to be distracted. It profits from your scattered attention. When you're fragmented, you're easier to control, easier to manipulate, easier to sell to. But when you're coherent, when all of your energy is focused in the present moment, you become a force of nature. The mind of the world also operates through judgment and comparison. It's constantly evaluating, measuring, determining who's better and who's worse, who's worthy and who's not. It creates hierarchies and divisions. It sees life as a competition where some people win and others lose. The mind of the spirit sees through eyes of love and unity. It recognizes that every person is divine consciousness, expressing itself uniquely. It doesn't compare because it understands that we're all connected, all part of the same infinite whole. When someone else succeeds, the mind of the spirit celebrates because it knows that their success doesn't diminish your possibilities. It actually expands them by demonstrating what's available in the field. Christ taught this over and over. Love your enemies. Bless those who curse you. Judge not, lest you be judged. These aren't moral commandments designed to make you a better person. These are energetic instructions for how to maintain the frequency of the spirit. Every time you judge someone, you drop your frequency. Every time you compete or compare, you drop your frequency. Every time you see yourself as separate or superior or inferior, you drop your frequency. And when your frequency drops, you lose access to the creative power that's available at higher states of consciousness. But every time you choose love over judgment, every time you choose unity over separation, every time you choose to see the divine in everyone, your frequency rises. And as your frequency rises, your entire reality begins to shift. The mind of the world believes in scarcity. It operates from the assumption that there's not enough. So you better fight for your piece of the pie before someone else takes it. This creates a consciousness of hoarding, protecting, and defending. It creates stress, which creates the chemistry of survival, which keeps you locked in the exact frequency that perpetuates lack. The mind of the spirit knows abundance. It understands that the quantum field is infinite, that creativity is unlimited, that there's more than enough for everyone. This creates a consciousness of generosity, sharing, and trust. It creates elevated emotions, which create the chemistry of creation, which opens you to the flow of resources, opportunities, and synchronicities. Christ demonstrated this at the feeding of the 5,000. Everyone around him saw lack. 5 loaves and 2 fish for thousands of people. Impossible. But he didn't see through the eyes of scarcity. He saw through the eyes of infinite possibility. He gave thanks for what was there, blessed it, and it multiplied. The same substance that appeared insufficient became more than enough. This is what happens when you shift from the mind of the world to the mind of the spirit. The same circumstances that once seemed impossible become opportunities for miracles, not because the circumstances changed, but because your frequency changed, and with it, your ability to interact with the quantum field changed. Here's what you need to understand. The mind of the world is not your enemy. It's simply a program, a conditioned response pattern that's been running on autopilot for most of your life. It's not bad or wrong. It's just limited. And what got you here won't get you where you want to go. To access the mind of the spirit, you have to become aware of when you're operating from the mind of the world. You have to catch yourself thinking thoughts of limitation, feeling emotions of survival, and making choices from fear. And in that moment of awareness, you have to make a different choice. This is the practice. This is the work. Every time you notice yourself worrying, you have an opportunity to choose peace. Every time you notice yourself judging, you have an opportunity to choose love. Every time you notice yourself in lack, you have an opportunity to choose gratitude for what you already have. At first, this feels almost impossible. The mind of the world is so habitual, so automatic. It's like trying to catch a reflex before it happens. But the more you practice, the faster you become at recognizing the old patterns, and the easier it becomes to choose the new response. Your brain is neuroplastic. This means it can change. It can rewire. It can form new neural pathways. Every time you interrupt an old thought pattern and choose a new one, you weaken the old pathway and strengthen the new one. Do this enough times, and the new pattern becomes your new normal. You literally reprogram your brain to default to the mind of the spirit instead of the mind of the world. But here's the key. You can't just think your way into this transformation. The mind of the world lives in your thoughts, but it also lives in your emotions, in your body, in your energy field. You have to change at every level. This is why elevated emotions are so crucial. When you feel gratitude, love, joy, compassion, inspiration, these emotions carry a high frequency. They signal your genes to turn on and create new proteins. They signal your heart to become coherent. They signal your brain to move out of beta and into alpha and theta. They shift your entire physiology from stress chemistry to creation chemistry. Christ didn't just think loving thoughts. He embodied love. He felt it in every cell. He radiated it from his entire being. People could sense his frequency the moment he walked into a room. This is what it means to think like the spirit. It's not just a mental exercise. It's a full-body experience. You become what you practice. If you practice stress, you become stress. If you practice fear, you become fear. If you practice lack, you become lack. But if you practice love, you become love. If you practice peace, you become peace. If you practice abundance, you become abundance. The mind of the world will tell you this is naive, that you're ignoring reality, that positive thinking doesn't pay bills or solve problems. But that's because the mind of the world doesn't understand how reality actually works. It doesn't understand that what you call reality is simply the past crystallized into form. It's the result of yesterday's frequency, last week's thoughts, last year's state of being. If you keep reacting to your current reality with the same frequency that created it, you'll keep recreating it. But if you stop reacting to your reality and start creating from a new frequency, your reality has no choice but to eventually match that new frequency. This is the promise of transformation. This is what it means to be born again. You die to the old frequency and resurrect in the new one. And when you do this, your entire world reorganizes itself around your new state of being. But you have to be willing to feel uncomfortable. You have to be willing to think and feel in ways that don't match your current circumstances. You have to be willing to embody the frequency of your desired reality before it shows up in your physical world. This is faith, not blind belief, but energetic alignment. Faith is the decision to tune your frequency to the reality you want to create, instead of staying tuned to the reality you're experiencing. It's choosing the mind of the spirit when everything in your world is screaming at you to think with the mind of the world. Christ lived in this state of faith constantly. He saw possibility where others saw impossibility. He felt peace where others felt panic. He knew abundance where others knew lack, not because his circumstances were different, but because his consciousness was different. And here's the beautiful truth. The same consciousness that was in Christ is available to you right now, in this moment. You don't have to earn it, deserve it, or become more spiritual to access it. You simply have to choose it. You have to make the decision to think differently, feel differently, and be differently. The mind of the world will resist. It will give you 1,000 reasons why you should stay small, play it safe, be realistic. It will remind you of every time you've failed before. It will point to your circumstances as proof that change is impossible. It will make you feel foolish for even trying. But the mind of the spirit will whisper a different truth. It will remind you that you are not your past. It will show you glimpses of your potential. It will fill you with a knowing that something greater is possible, not just for others, but for you. Which voice will you listen to? Which frequency will you tune into? Which reality will you choose to create? Because here's what most people never realize. You're already choosing. Every moment of every day, you're choosing which mind to operate from. The question is not whether you're creating your reality. The question is whether you're creating it consciously or unconsciously. Most people are unconsciously creating their reality from the mind of the world. They're running the same programs, thinking the same thoughts, feeling the same emotions, and getting the same results. And they wonder why their life never changes. But you're different. You're reading these words because something in you is ready to wake up. Something in you remembers that there's another way. Something in you is being called to the frequency of the Spirit. This is your invitation, not from me, but from the intelligence that's been guiding you all along. The intelligence that placed these words in front of you at exactly the right time. The intelligence that's been waiting for you to remember who you really are. You are not meant to think like the world thinks. You were designed to think like the Spirit thinks. You were created to operate at a frequency so high, so coherent, so aligned with infinite possibility that your life becomes a demonstration of what's truly available to those who dare to believe. 2 minds, 2 frequencies, 2 realities. You get to choose which one becomes your lived experience. And that choice, made moment by moment, thought by thought, emotion by emotion, is what determines not just your life, but your contribution to the collective consciousness of humanity. Choose the mind of the Spirit. Choose the frequency of love. Choose the reality of infinite possibility, not someday, not when your circumstances improve, not when you feel more ready, now, in this moment, because this moment is all you have, and it's more than enough to change everything. Your transformation is not a destination you arrive at. It's a frequency you tune into. And the more time you spend tuned to that frequency, the more your entire reality shifts to match it. This is the promise. This is the path. This is what it means to think like Christ. Chapter 3. Die to the old self. The daily crucifixion. Nobody told you about. Here's a truth that will make you uncomfortable. You cannot become who you're meant to be while clinging to who you've been. You cannot step into your divine nature while holding on to your human identity. You cannot experience resurrection without first experiencing death. And I'm not talking about physical death. I'm talking about something far more challenging, far more profound, and far more necessary. I'm talking about the death of the ego, the dissolution of the false self, the complete annihilation of the identity you've spent your entire life building and defending. Christ said it plainly. Whoever wants to save their life will lose it, but whoever loses their life for my sake will find it. Most people read this as a call to martyrdom, to sacrifice, to giving up what you love. But that's not what he was saying at all. He was revealing the greatest secret of transformation. The person you think you are is not who you really are, and until you're willing to let that person die, you'll never discover your true self. This is the crucifixion that nobody talks about. Not the one that happened on Golgotha 2,000 years ago, but the one that needs to happen in your consciousness every single day. The daily death of the small self, so that the infinite self can emerge. Let me ask you something. Who are you? Not your name, not your job title, not your relationships or possessions. Who are you really? Take a moment and notice what comes up when you try to answer that question. What you'll find is a collection of stories, memories, beliefs, and definitions that you've accumulated over time. You'll find a personality that was shaped by your experiences, especially your painful ones. You'll find an identity that was formed by how others treated you, what they told you about yourself, and the conclusions you drew about your worth and your limitations. This identity, this constructed self, is what we call the ego. And here's the problem. The ego is not real. It's a fiction, a mental construct, a survival mechanism that your brain created to help you navigate a complex world. And while it served a purpose, it has now become your prison. The ego is the voice that says, I'm not enough, I'm too much, I'm broken, I'm unworthy, I'm a victim, I'm powerless. It's the identity that defines itself by its wounds, its failures, its lacks, and its limitations. It's the self that constantly needs validation, approval, and proof that it matters. And here's the radical truth. This self must die. Not metaphorically, not symbolically. It must actually cease to be your operating system. You must be willing to let go of every story you've told yourself about who you are, every belief you've held about what you're capable of, every identity you've clung to for security. This is terrifying, because the ego is all you've ever known. It's been with you for so long that you believe it is you. The thought of losing it feels like death itself, and in a very real sense it is. But here's what nobody tells you. On the other side of this death is not nothingness. On the other side of this death is everything. On the other side of the ego dying is the discovery of your true self, the infinite consciousness that you really are, the divine presence that has been waiting beneath all the false identities for you to finally remember. Christ demonstrated this process in his own death and resurrection. He allowed the human form, the limited identity, to be crucified so that the divine nature could fully emerge. He showed you that death is not the end. It's the doorway. It's the portal through which you pass from limitation into infinite possibility. But most people never make this journey because they're too attached to their story. They've invested so much in being the victim, the survivor, the wounded one, the struggling one. They've built an entire identity around their trauma, their pain, their limitations. And even though this identity makes them miserable, it's familiar. And the ego always chooses the familiar over the unknown, even when the familiar is painful. I see this all the time. People come to me wanting transformation, but they're not willing to let go of their story. They want to heal, but they want to keep identifying as broken. They want abundance, but they want to keep the identity of someone who struggles. They want love, but they want to keep the belief that they're unworthy of it. You cannot have both. You cannot keep the old identity and create a new reality. They exist on different frequencies, and you can only broadcast one frequency at a time. So the question becomes, who are you willing to stop being? What identity are you ready to crucify? What story are you finally prepared to let die? This is where most people stop, because the ego is clever. It will convince you that you need your story, that your identity is who you are, that without it, you'll cease to exist. It will tell you that your pain is special, that your struggle defines you, that your limitations protect you. But the truth is exactly the opposite. Your story is what's limiting you. Your identity is what's keeping you small. Your attachment to who you've been is what's preventing you from becoming who you're meant to be. Think about it this way. Every morning when you wake up, before you even open your eyes, your brain starts running a program. It's checking in with a memorized self. It's asking, who am I? What's my life like? What do I have to worry about today? And within seconds, you remember your identity. You remember your problems. You remember your limitations. And in that remembering, you become that person all over again. You're literally resurrecting your old self every single day. And then you wonder why your life never changes. This is the habit of being yourself. Your brain has become so efficient at being you that it happens automatically, unconsciously. You don't even realize you're making a choice, but you are. Every morning, you're choosing to be the same person you were yesterday. You're choosing to think the same thoughts, feel the same emotions, make the same choices, and therefore create the same reality. Christ's teaching about dying to yourself is actually an instruction for interrupting this unconscious pattern. It's a call to wake up and recognize that you're not bound to your past, you're not defined by your history, and you're not condemned to keep being who you've been. But interrupting this pattern requires something radical. It requires you to consciously choose to not be yourself. It requires you to wake up in the morning and say, today, I'm not going to think the same thoughts. I'm not going to feel the same emotions. I'm not going to be the same person. This sounds simple, but it's one of the hardest things you'll ever do. Because the moment you try to change, your body rebels. It's been conditioned to be a certain way for years, maybe decades. It's addicted to the chemical cocktail that your habitual thoughts and emotions create. And when you try to think differently, feel differently, be differently, your body starts sending signals to your brain. This doesn't feel like me. Something's wrong. Go back to normal. Normal. That's the trap. Normal is just another word for the familiar self. And as long as you keep returning to normal, you'll keep creating the same life. The death of the old self requires you to sit in the discomfort of not being normal. It requires you to stay present with the anxiety, the restlessness, the urge to return to familiar patterns. It requires you to feel the withdrawal symptoms of letting go of your emotional addictions. Yes, you heard that right. You're addicted to your emotions. Every time you feel stress, anxiety, unworthiness, anger, or fear, your body is getting a chemical hit. And just like any addiction, your body starts to crave that chemical state. It becomes comfortable being uncomfortable. This is why people stay in toxic relationships, why they keep jobs they hate, why they maintain friendships that drain them, not because they consciously want to suffer, but because their body has become addicted to the chemistry of suffering. The old self doesn't want to die because death means giving up its drug of choice. But here's the beautiful truth. You are not your emotions. You are not your thoughts. You are not your habits. You are not your past. You are the consciousness that's aware of all these things. And the moment you recognize this, the moment you realize that you're not the character in the story, but the awareness witnessing the story, everything changes. This is what mystics call the witness consciousness. It's the part of you that can observe your thoughts without being consumed by them, that can feel emotions without being controlled by them, that can watch the ego's drama without believing it's real. Christ operated from this consciousness constantly. That's why he could remain at peace in the storm. That's why he could love his enemies. That's why he could forgive those who were crucifying him. He wasn't identified with the human experience. He was anchored in the divine awareness that was having the human experience. And this is the consciousness you must learn to access, not once in a while during meditation, but as your baseline state of being. You must learn to be the observer of your life, not just the participant. You must learn to watch the old self trying to survive and choose not to energize it with your attention. Every time you catch yourself thinking a familiar thought, feeling a familiar emotion, reacting in a familiar way, you have a choice. You can feed that pattern by continuing to think, feel, and react the same way, or you can starve it by choosing differently. This choosing differently is the crucifixion. Every time you interrupt an old pattern, you're nailing that aspect of the old self to the cross. Every time you refuse to be who you've always been, you're allowing that identity to die. At first, this feels like you're killing yourself. And in a way, you are. You're killing the false self so that the true self can emerge. You're killing limitation so that infinite possibility can be born. You're killing the caterpillar so that the butterfly can take flight. But the ego doesn't understand transformation. It only understands survival. So it fights. It screams. It convinces you that you're making a mistake, that you're losing yourself, that you need to return to who you were. This is the dark night of the soul that every mystic talks about. It's the moment between death and resurrection, where you're no longer who you were, but not yet who you're becoming. It's the void, the emptiness, the space of not knowing. And it's absolutely necessary. Christ spent 3 days in the tomb, not because resurrection takes 3 days, but because the gap between death and rebirth requires time in the darkness. It requires being comfortable in the unknown. It requires trusting that even though you can't see what's coming, something greater is being born. Most people can't handle this space. They get uncomfortable and immediately return to their old self. They try transformation for a day, a week, maybe a month. But the moment it gets hard, the moment they feel the discomfort of not being themselves, they quit. They decide that maybe their old life wasn't so bad after all. At least it was familiar. But if you want to truly transform, if you want to think like Christ and create like Christ, you have to be willing to stay in the tomb. You have to be willing to sit in the discomfort of not knowing who you are anymore. You have to be willing to feel the death of the old self without running back to it for comfort. This is the hero's journey. This is the path of every master who has ever lived. They all had to die to their small self to be born into their divine nature. There are no shortcuts. There is no transformation without death. But here's what makes it bearable. You're not dying into nothing. You're dying into everything. You're not losing yourself. You're finding yourself, the real you, the unlimited you, the divine you that's been buried under layers of conditioning, trauma, and false beliefs. Think of it like this. Imagine you've been wearing a heavy costume your entire life. It's uncomfortable, restrictive, and it doesn't really fit. But you've worn it for so long that you've forgotten it's a costume. You think it's your actual body. Then one day, someone tells you that you can take it off. But taking it off means being naked, vulnerable, exposed. It means not knowing what you look like underneath. Most people would rather keep the costume on. Better to be uncomfortable but covered than vulnerable and free. But freedom requires vulnerability. Transformation requires letting go. Resurrection requires death. The old self is that costume. It's the accumulated layers of who you thought you had to be to survive, to be loved, to be accepted. It's the personality you constructed to fit in, to please others, to avoid pain. And it's exhausting to maintain. The invitation is to take off the costume, to let the false self die, to discover who you are when you're not trying to be anyone. This process is not a one-time event. Christ didn't just die once and then live forever in resurrection. He taught that you must take up your cross daily. This is a daily practice, a moment-by-moment choice to let go of who you were and be present to who you are. Every morning you wake up with the option to resurrect the old self or to remain dead to it. Most people unconsciously choose resurrection of the old. They get up, check their phone, start thinking the same thoughts, feeling the same feelings, and boom, they're right back in their old identity. But you can choose differently. You can wake up and consciously refuse to be that person. You can catch yourself starting to think the familiar thoughts and stop. You can notice the urge to feel the familiar emotions and choose elevated emotions instead. You can observe the impulse to make the familiar choices and choose differently. This is the daily crucifixion. This is what it means to die to yourself every day. Not in some dramatic religious way, but in the simple, moment-by-moment practice of choosing not to be who you've been. And here's what happens when you do this consistently. The old self starts to weaken. The neural pathways that kept you trapped in old patterns begin to prune away. The emotional addictions start to lose their power. The stories you told yourself about who you are begin to fade. And in the space that's created, something new emerges. Not something you construct or create, but something that was always there, waiting to be uncovered. Your true nature, your divine essence, the consciousness that Christ called the kingdom of heaven within you. This is not a new person. This is the real you that's been buried under the false you. This is not something you become. This is something you remember. This is not a transformation into something different. This is a return to what you've always been. But to get there, the false must die. The ego must be crucified. The old identity must be released. And this is where faith comes in. Not faith in some external deity who might or might not help you, but faith in the process itself. Faith that death leads to resurrection. Faith that letting go of who you've been creates space for who you really are. Faith that the discomfort is temporary, but the freedom is eternal. Christ had this faith, even in his darkest moment on the cross, when he cried out, "My God, why have you forsaken me?" He was expressing the human experience of feeling abandoned in the void. But then his final words were, "Father, into your hands I commit my spirit." He surrendered. He let go. He died to the human experience and was resurrected in the divine. This is your path, too. You will have moments where you feel abandoned, where the old self is dying and the new self hasn't fully emerged yet. where you're suspended in the void wondering if you've made a terrible mistake. Stay there. Don't run. Don't go back. Trust the process. Commit your spirit to the infinite intelligence that's guiding this transformation. Know that what feels like death is actually birth. Because here's the promise. Every time you die to the old self, you create space for more of your true self to emerge. Every time you let go of a limiting belief, you access more of your creative power. Every time you release an old identity, you become more of who you really are. And eventually, if you stay committed to this daily crucifixion, you reach a tipping point. The old self loses its grip completely. The new self becomes your natural state. The transformation that once required so much effort becomes effortless. You stop having to try to be different because you are different. This is the resurrection. This is what it means to be born again. Not in some religious, abstract way, but in a very real, tangible, experiential way. You literally become a new person. Not because you added something to yourself, but because you removed everything that was never really you. And from this place of being truly yourself, everything becomes possible. Because you're no longer operating from limitation, from fear, from unworthiness. You're operating from your infinite nature. You're thinking with the mind of Christ. You're feeling with the heart of the divine. You're creating from the consciousness of pure potential. But it all starts with death. The death of the old. The death of the familiar. The death of the false. Are you willing? Are you willing to let the person you've been die so that the person you're meant to be can be born? Are you willing to release your story, your identity, your attachment to who you think you are? Because if you are, if you can find the courage to crucify the old self daily, to sit in the discomfort of not knowing who you are, to trust the process of death and resurrection, then everything Christ promised becomes available to you. Not someday in heaven, not in some distant future, but now, in this life, in this body, as you transform from the caterpillar of the ego into the butterfly of your divine nature. The cross is waiting, not a wooden cross on a hill, but the intersection of letting go and trusting, of death and rebirth, of the human and the divine. Will you take it up daily? Will you allow the crucifixion that leads to resurrection? Will you die to the old so that the new can be born? This is not a question I can answer for you. This is a choice only you can make. But I can tell you this. On the other side of this death is a life more extraordinary than anything you've imagined. A life of freedom, power, peace, and infinite possibility. The old self is already dying. You can feel it. That's why you're here, reading these words. Something in you knows that who you've been cannot take you where you want to go. Something in you is ready to let go, to surrender, to die, so that you can finally, truly live. Trust that knowing. Follow it. Let it lead you into the tomb of transformation, knowing that resurrection is not just possible, it's inevitable. Because the true you, the infinite you, the divine you, cannot be buried forever. It's time to rise. Chapter 4. The kingdom of heaven is within you, accessing the internal quantum field. Christ made one of the most revolutionary statements in human history, and most people completely missed its significance. When asked when the kingdom of God would come, he didn't point to the sky. He didn't describe some distant paradise you'd reach after death. He said something that should have changed everything. The kingdom of God is within you, not will be within you. Not might be within you, if you're good enough, is within you, right now. Already present, already accessible, already complete. But what does that actually mean? For centuries, religious institutions have spiritualized this statement into abstraction, turning it into a nice metaphor about having God in your heart. But Christ wasn't being metaphorical. He was being literal. He was pointing you to an actual location, an actual realm, an actual dimension of reality that exists inside your own body. And modern science is now proving that he was absolutely right. Inside you, right now, is a sophisticated energetic system that most people never learn to access. It's not just your physical organs, your blood, your muscles. Beyond the material body that you can see and touch exists an electromagnetic field, an energetic blueprint, a quantum network of information and intelligence that's constantly communicating with the unified field of all possibilities. This internal system is what ancient traditions called the chakra system, what Chinese medicine calls the meridian system, what mystics have always known as the energy body. And it's not mystical nonsense. It's measurable, observable, scientifically verifiable reality. You have 7 major energy centers running along your spine, from the base to the crown of your head. Each center governs specific aspects of your physical body, your emotional state, and your consciousness. Each center has its own frequency, its own intelligence, its own role in your transformation. And here's what changes everything. These energy centers are not just passive parts of your anatomy. They are portals, gateways, doorways into higher dimensions of consciousness and creative power. When Christ talked about the kingdom of heaven being within you, he was pointing to these centers. He was telling you that you don't need to go anywhere, don't need to wait for anything, don't need permission from anyone to access the divine realm. You just need to go within. You need to activate these internal portals that have been dormant for most of your life. Most people live their entire lives with these centers shut down, blocked, operating at minimal capacity. Why? Because they've been living in survival mode. Remember what we talked about in the previous chapters. When you're in stress, when you're operating from the mind of the world, all your energy flows outward. Your attention is focused on the external environment, on threats, on problems, on everything outside of you that needs to be controlled, fixed, or worried about. When all your energy is flowing outward, there's nothing left to activate your internal system. Your energy centers become depleted, imbalanced, incoherent, and when they're in this state, you're disconnected from your source of power. You're cut off from the kingdom within. But the moment you shift from survival to creation, the moment you move from stress to elevated emotion, the moment you bring your attention inward instead of scattering it outward, something extraordinary happens. Energy begins to flow up your spine, activating each center, opening each portal, connecting you to dimensions of consciousness that were always there but remained invisible because you were looking in the wrong direction. Think of it like this. Imagine you have a house with 7 rooms, but you've been living in only the basement your entire life. You know there are other rooms, but you've never bothered to explore them. You've been so focused on surviving in the basement, dealing with the flooding, the darkness, the cold, that you never climbed the stairs to discover what else is available. The 7 energy centers are those rooms. Most people spend their lives in the lower 3 centers, focused on survival, sexuality, and power. These are important centers, necessary for physical life, but they're just the beginning. Above them are centers of love, expression, intuition, and divine connection. And most people never access them because they never learned how. Christ accessed all 7 centers. He lived with his energy flowing freely from the base of his spine, to the crown of his head and beyond. This is why he could perform miracles. This is why he could heal with a touch. This is why his very presence was transformative. He wasn't just activating his mind. He was activating his entire energetic system, turning his body into a conductor for divine intelligence. And you can do the same. But first, you need to understand what each center is and what happens when you activate it. The first three centers, located at the base of your spine, your lower abdomen, and your solar plexus, are what we call the survival centers. The first center is about safety, security, your connection to the earth, your physical existence. When this center is balanced, you feel grounded, stable, present. When it's blocked or overactive, you live in fear, anxiety, constantly worried about survival. The second center is about creativity, sexuality, pleasure, emotion. It's your creative life force. When it's balanced, you feel passionate, creative, alive. When it's imbalanced, you either suppress your desires or become addicted to them, constantly seeking external stimulation to feel alive. The third center is about power, will, identity. It's where your sense of self resides. When it's balanced, you feel confident, purposeful, capable. When it's imbalanced, you either feel powerless and victimized, or you become controlling and dominating, trying to force your will on the world. Most of humanity lives here, in these three centers. They're focused on survival, on getting their needs met, on protecting their identity, on competing for resources and power. And there's nothing wrong with these centers. They're necessary, but they're not the kingdom. They're the basement. The kingdom begins when your energy rises above these survival centers and activates the heart center, the fourth center located in the middle of your chest. This is where everything changes. This is where you transition from matter to energy, from survival to creation, from the mind of the world to the mind of the spirit. The heart center is not just the physical heart that pumps blood through your body. It's an electromagnetic generator that produces a field thousands of times stronger than your brain. When your heart becomes coherent, when you feel genuine elevated emotions like gratitude, love, compassion, and joy, your heart sends a signal to your brain that says, "We're safe, we're whole, we're connected, we can create." This signal literally changes your brain chemistry. It moves you out of beta brain waves and into alpha and theta. It shuts down the stress response and activates the healing response. It opens the door to creativity, intuition, and connection to the quantum field. Christ lived from his heart. That's why he could say, "Love your enemies." That's why he could remain peaceful in chaos. That's why his presence was so magnetic. When your heart is open and coherent, you become a transmission tower for the frequency of the divine. You literally radiate an energy that others can feel, that changes the environment around you, that draws opportunities and synchronicities into your life. But most people have a closed heart. They've been hurt, betrayed, disappointed. They've built walls around their heart to protect themselves from pain, and in doing so, they've shut down their access to the kingdom, because you cannot access higher states of consciousness with a closed heart. You cannot think like Christ with a protected, defended, armored heart. Opening your heart doesn't mean being naive or vulnerable to harm. It means being so connected to your divine nature that external circumstances can't shake your internal state. It means loving not because others deserve it, but because love is your natural frequency when you're aligned with who you really are. When your heart opens and your energy rises to the fourth center, you're no longer thinking about yourself. You're thinking about connection, about contribution, about how you can serve. You're no longer asking, what can I get? You're asking, what can I give? And in that shift, everything in your external reality begins to reorganize itself to support you. But the journey doesn't stop at the heart. Above the heart is the fifth center, located at your throat. This is the center of expression, truth, manifestation. When this center is activated, you speak your truth with clarity and power. Your words become creative forces. You understand that sound is vibration, and vibration is what creates form. You become conscious of what you're speaking into existence. Christ knew this. That's why his words carried such power. When he said, "Be healed," people were healed. When he said, "Peace, be still," the storm calmed. He wasn't hoping his words would work. He knew they would work because he understood that in higher states of consciousness, your voice becomes a tool for collapsing quantum possibilities into physical reality. Most people use their voice unconsciously. They complain, gossip, criticize, speak words of lack and limitation without realizing they're literally programming their future with their speech. But when your fifth center is activated, you become impeccable with your word. You speak only what you want to create. You use your voice as a sacred instrument of manifestation. Above the throat is the sixth center, located between your eyebrows. This is what's often called the third eye, the center of intuition, vision, and inner knowing. When this center is activated, you begin to see beyond the physical. You access information that doesn't come through your five senses. You receive downloads, insights, visions of possibility that aren't available to ordinary perception. Christ operated from this center constantly. He knew what people were thinking before they spoke. He could see what was going to happen before it occurred. He had access to information from the quantum field that gave him what appeared to be supernatural knowledge. But it wasn't supernatural. It was simply the natural result of activating this center of consciousness. You have this capacity, too. Your pineal gland, located in the center of your brain, is designed to be a receiver of information from higher dimensions. But in most people, this gland is calcified, dormant, barely functioning. Why? Because of the way we live. The fluoride in our water, the toxins in our environment, the constant stimulation of our external senses, the lack of inner practice, all of this keeps the pineal gland shut down. But when you learn to activate it through meditation, through bringing your attention inward, through moving your energy up your spine to this center, the pineal gland begins to function as it was designed. It starts to produce chemicals that allow you to perceive beyond the physical. You begin to have experiences of unity consciousness, of timelessness, of connection to all that is. And finally, at the crown of your head, is the seventh center. This is your direct connection to the divine, to the unified field, to the consciousness that's creating everything. When this center is fully activated, you experience what mystics call enlightenment, what Christ called oneness with the Father. You realize that you are not separate from God. You are an expression of God. You are consciousness itself, temporarily focused in human form. This is the ultimate truth that Christ was demonstrating. He said, "I and the Father are one." Not I and the Father are close. Not I and the Father have a good relationship, are one. No separation, complete unity. And then he said, "These things that I do, you will do also, and greater things than these." He was telling you that the same consciousness that flowed through him flows through you. The same energy that activated his centers can activate yours. The same connection he had to the divine is available to you. But here's what nobody tells you. These centers don't activate automatically just because you read about them or think about them. They activate through practice, through intention, through learning to direct your energy consciously instead of letting it dissipate unconsciously. Most people's energy is scattered, fragmented, leaking out through worry, distraction, emotion, reaction. They have barely enough energy to get through the day, let alone activate dormant centers of consciousness. This is why transformation requires you to conserve your energy, to stop wasting it on drama and stress and meaningless distractions. Every time you react emotionally to something in your environment, you're sending energy out of your body. Every time you worry about the future or replay the past, you're scattering your energy. Every time you engage in gossip, comparison, judgment, or criticism, you're bleeding energy that could be used for your transformation. Christ taught this when he said, "Do not cast your pearls before swine." He wasn't being cruel. He was telling you not to waste your precious energy, your pearls, on situations and people that drain you. He was teaching you to conserve your life force so you can redirect it inward for transformation. This is the real meaning of fasting that nobody talks about. Yes, you can fast from food, but more importantly, you need to fast from the external world. You need to fast from constant stimulation, from social media, from news, from drama, from anything that pulls your attention and energy outward. Because the more you can bring your attention inward, the more energy you have available to activate your internal system. When you meditate, when you sit in silence and bring all your scattered energy back into your body, something happens. That energy doesn't just sit there. It begins to move. It begins to flow up your spine, activating each center in sequence. This is what ancient yogis called Kundalini, the serpent power. It's not a metaphor. It's an actual movement of energy that you can feel, that changes your state of consciousness, that opens doors to dimensions of reality you never knew existed. But this requires patience and practice. Most people meditate once, don't feel anything dramatic, and quit. They expect instant enlightenment, immediate activation, miraculous transformation in a single session. But that's not how it works. Your energy centers have been shut down for years, maybe decades. They don't open overnight. It's like going to the gym for the first time in your life and expecting to bench press 300 pounds. You have to build capacity gradually. You have to strengthen the pathways, open the channels, train your body to hold higher frequencies of energy. Christ didn't activate his centers in a day. Even he spent 40 days and nights in the wilderness, fasting, meditating, preparing his body to hold the consciousness he was about to embody. If the master needed preparation, so do you. The practice is simple, but simple doesn't mean easy. You sit, you close your eyes, you bring your attention to your breath. You stop thinking about your problems, your to-do list, your past, your future. You become nobody, no one, nothing, in no place, in no time. You let go of your external identity and become pure consciousness. And then you begin to bring your awareness to each energy center, one by one. You don't force anything. You don't visualize light or colors or any of that. You simply place your attention there and feel. Because where you place your attention is where you place your energy. And where you place your energy, change begins to happen. As you do this repeatedly, consistently, something starts to shift. You begin to feel sensations in your body that you've never felt before. Tingling, warmth, energy, moving. These aren't imaginary. These are actual changes in your electromagnetic field, actual activations of dormant neural pathways, actual openings in your energy system. And as these centers activate, your entire experience of reality changes. You become more intuitive. You become more creative. you feel more connected. You experience synchronicities. You manifest more easily. You heal faster. You feel a peace that doesn't depend on circumstances. You access joy that isn't caused by external events. This is the kingdom of heaven that Christ was talking about. It's not a place you go to when you die. It's a frequency you access when you activate your internal system. It's a state of consciousness that exists within you right now, waiting for you to remember how to turn it on. And here's the most important part. When you access this kingdom within, your external kingdom begins to change. Your health improves. Your relationships transform. Opportunities appear. Resources flow. Your entire physical reality reorganizes itself to match the frequency you're broadcasting from your activated energy centers. This is not magic. This is how consciousness works. Your internal state creates your external experience. When you change internally, everything external must eventually follow. Not because you're manipulating reality, but because you're no longer a match for your old reality. You've become a match for a new one. Christ performed miracles not by manipulating the external world, but by maintaining such a high internal frequency that the external world had no choice but to respond. When he touched a sick person, he wasn't transferring some magical healing power. He was so coherent in his energy field that the sick person's field entrained to his, returning them to their natural state of wholeness. You can do this too, not just for yourself, but for others. When your energy centers are activated and coherent, when you're broadcasting the frequency of the kingdom within, your very presence becomes healing. People feel better around you. Situations resolve when you enter the room. Your energy field literally affects the quantum field around you. But it all starts within. It all starts with the decision to stop looking for the kingdom in the sky, in the future, in some external achievement or acquisition, and to start looking where Christ told you to look, inside yourself. The kingdom is not coming. The kingdom is here. The kingdom is now. The kingdom is you, when you remember how to activate the divine technology that's been installed in your body since birth. Every morning, you wake up with a choice. You can let your energy flow outward into worry, stress, and reaction, living from the basement of your survival centers. Or you can bring your energy inward, activate your higher centers, and live from the kingdom within. This choice determines not just your mood or your day, but your entire reality. Because the kingdom within isn't just a nice feeling or a spiritual experience. It's the control center for your life. It's the broadcast station from which you transmit your signal into the quantum field. It's the throne from which you rule your personal universe. Christ said, "The kingdom of heaven is at hand." At hand means accessible, available, within reach, not far away, not requiring years of study or spiritual achievement. Right here, right now, in this body, in these energy centers, in this moment, all you have to do is turn your attention inward and begin to explore the rooms you've never entered. Begin to activate the centers you've never consciously engaged. Begin to claim the kingdom that's been waiting for you to remember it exists. Because here's the truth. You're not trying to get somewhere you've never been. You're trying to return to somewhere you've always been, but forgot about. The kingdom within is your natural state. It's what you are when you strip away all the conditioning, all the survival programming, all the external focus. Christ didn't have something you don't have. He simply remembered something you forgot. He activated something that's been dormant in you. He accessed something that's been waiting for your attention. And now, in this moment, as you read these words, something in you is waking up. Something in you knows that the kingdom Christ spoke of isn't a religious concept or a distant promise. It's a living reality inside your own body, inside your own energy field, inside your own consciousness. The question is, will you explore it? Will you activate it? Will you claim it? Or will you keep living in the basement, focused on survival, waiting for some external savior to grant you access to something that's been yours all along? The choice is yours. The power is yours. The kingdom is yours. It always has been. Christ just came to remind you. And now I'm reminding you again. Stop searching outside. Stop waiting for permission. Stop believing you're not ready or worthy or spiritual enough. Go within. Activate your centers. Open the portals. Access the kingdom. Because when you do, when you finally remember how to turn on the divine technology inside you, everything changes. Not someday, not gradually, suddenly, dramatically, completely. The kingdom of heaven is within you. Now go find it. Chapter 5. Faith as Frequency. The science behind moving mountains. Christ made what sounds like an outrageous promise. If you have faith as small as a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, "Move from here to there," and it will move. Nothing will be impossible for you. For centuries, people have read this as poetic exaggeration, as metaphor, as something not meant to be taken literally. But what if he meant exactly what he said? What if faith isn't some abstract spiritual concept, but an actual scientific principle, a measurable electromagnetic phenomenon that literally rearranges matter? Because that's exactly what modern science is discovering. Faith, when properly understood, is not belief without evidence. It's not hoping something will happen. It's not positive thinking or wishful imagination. Faith is a specific frequency of consciousness that interacts with the quantum field in such a way that it collapses potential realities into actual experiences. Let me break this down for you, because once you understand what faith actually is, you'll realize why Christ kept saying, "Your faith has healed you. According to your faith, it will be done unto you. All things are possible to those who believe." He wasn't being mystical. He was being scientific. Everything in the universe is energy vibrating at different frequencies. Your thoughts are energy. Your emotions are energy. Your body is energy. Even the chair you're sitting on, the walls around you, everything you perceive as solid matter, is actually energy vibrating at specific frequencies. Quantum physics has proven this beyond any doubt. At the subatomic level, there is no solid matter. There are only energy fields, probability waves, potential realities waiting to be observed into existence. And here's where it gets extraordinary. Your consciousness is the observer that collapses those probability waves. Your attention, your awareness, your focused intention literally determines which of the infinite possibilities in the quantum field becomes your experienced reality. But not all consciousness is equal. Not all observation has the same power. The frequency of your consciousness determines how effectively you can interact with and influence the quantum field. And faith is consciousness operating at a very specific, very powerful frequency. Think of it like this. Imagine the quantum field as a vast ocean containing every possible version of your future. Every potential outcome, every possible reality, every imaginable experience exists there as a wave of possibility. Most people stand at the shore, looking at this ocean, wishing and hoping that the wave they want will somehow wash up on their beach. But it rarely does. because wishing and hoping are low-frequency states that have very little power to influence the quantum ocean. Faith, however, is different. Faith is not standing at the shore hoping. Faith is diving into the ocean, swimming out to the wave you want, and riding it back to shore. Faith is an active engagement with possibility, not a passive hope that something might happen. But here's what most people don't understand. Faith requires you to feel the reality of what you're creating before it shows up in your physical world. This is why Christ always emphasized feeling, not just believing. He didn't say, think about it and it might happen. He said, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it and it will be yours. Believe that you have received it. Present tense, not future tense. Not, I will receive it someday. But I have received it now. This is the key that unlocks everything. When you feel the emotion of having already received what you're asking for, when you generate the feeling of gratitude before the manifestation appears, when you experience the joy of the outcome before it happens, you're not pretending. You're not faking it. You're actually tuning your electromagnetic field to the frequency of that reality. And this is measurable. Scientists can now measure the electromagnetic field produced by your heart. They can measure the coherence or incoherence of that field. They can measure how your emotional state creates specific electromagnetic signatures that radiate out from your body and interact with the environment around you. When you feel stress, fear, anxiety, or doubt, your heart produces an incoherent electromagnetic signal. It's chaotic, disordered, weak. This signal tells the quantum field, I am separate, I am lacking, I am powerless, and the field responds by giving you more experiences that match that frequency. But when you feel gratitude, love, joy, or certainty, your heart produces a coherent electromagnetic signal. It's ordered, powerful, clear. This signal tells the quantum field, I am whole, I am abundant, I am connected to infinite possibility. And the field responds by reorganizing matter to match that frequency. This is not mysticism. This is physics. Your electromagnetic field is literally communicating with the quantum field every moment of every day. The question is, what message are you sending? Faith is the state of coherence where your thoughts and your feelings are perfectly aligned. You're not thinking one thing and feeling another. You're not saying affirmations with your mouth while feeling doubt in your heart. Your entire being is unified, coherent, broadcasting a single clear signal into the field. Christ embodied this constantly. When he said, be healed, there was zero gap between his words and his feeling. He wasn't hoping the person would be healed. He wasn't trying to make it happen. He knew it was already done. His consciousness was so coherent, his faith so absolute, that his electromagnetic field was strong enough to reorganize the matter in the person's body instantly. This is what he was teaching you to do. Not to beg him to do it for you, but to develop the same coherence, the same faith, the same power within yourself. But here's where most people fail. They try to have faith with their mind, while their body is still living in fear. They think positive thoughts, while their emotions are negative. They affirm abundance while their gut is tight with anxiety about money. And then they wonder why faith doesn't work for them. Your body is not just a vehicle carrying your consciousness around. Your body is consciousness. Every cell is listening to the conversation between your thoughts and your emotions. Every cell is responding to the electromagnetic signals you're broadcasting. And if those signals are incoherent, if your thoughts say one thing and your emotions say another. Your cells receive mixed messages, and nothing changes. This is why belief alone isn't enough. You can believe intellectually that something is possible, but if you don't feel it emotionally, if your body doesn't embody that belief, you're not generating the frequency of faith. You're generating the frequency of hope, which is weak and ineffective. Hope says, maybe it will happen. I wish it would happen. I'll believe it when I see it. Hope keeps you waiting, keeps you in the future, keeps you separated from your desire. Hope is passive. Faith says, it is already done. I feel it now. I am grateful now. Faith brings the future into the present moment. Faith collapses time. Faith is active creation. Christ demonstrated this at Lazarus's tomb. Before he even called Lazarus out, he gave thanks. He thanked the Father for hearing him, for the miracle that hadn't yet happened in the physical dimension, but was already complete in the quantum dimension. He felt the reality of Lazarus alive before the evidence appeared, and because his faith was so coherent, so complete, so powerful, the quantum field had to respond. The possibility of Lazarus alive became the reality of Lazarus alive. You have access to this same power, but you have to understand how to generate the frequency of faith, and that requires training your body, not just your mind. Your body has been conditioned to feel certain ways based on your past experiences. If you've experienced lack, your body knows how lack feels and returns to that feeling automatically. If you've experienced rejection, your body knows how rejection feels and recreates that chemistry habitually. Your body has become addicted to certain emotional states, and those states are broadcasting specific frequencies into the quantum field, creating more experiences that match those frequencies. This is the cycle that keeps most people trapped. Their past experiences created emotions. Those emotions became unconscious programs in their body. Those programs keep recreating the same emotions, and those emotions keep attracting the same experiences. It's a loop, and most people never escape it because they never become conscious of it. Faith is the circuit breaker that interrupts this loop. But to access faith, you have to generate an emotion that your body has never felt before, or at least hasn't felt in the context of your current circumstances. You have to feel grateful before you have something to be grateful for. You have to feel abundant before you have abundance. You have to feel loved before you're in the relationship. You have to feel healthy before your body is healed. This sounds impossible at first. How can you feel something that hasn't happened yet? How can you generate an emotion without a cause? This is where most people give up. They think emotions are reactions to circumstances, and without the circumstance, they can't access the emotion. But this is backwards. Emotions are not reactions. Emotions are choices. You have the ability to generate any emotion you want, independent of circumstances, if you learn how to do it. Christ knew this. That's why he could have peace in a storm, joy in persecution, love for his enemies. His emotions were not caused by his environment. His emotions were generated from within, from his connection to the divine, from his understanding of who he really was. And he taught you to do the same. When he said, "Rejoice and be glad," he wasn't saying, "Wait until something good happens and then be happy." He was saying, "Be glad now, regardless of circumstances." Because joy that's independent of circumstances is a creative force. It's a frequency that attracts more things to be joyful about. So how do you generate elevated emotions independent of circumstances? How do you access the frequency of faith when your current reality is showing you the opposite of what you want? You do it through practice, through conscious intention, through training your body to respond differently than it's been conditioned to respond. You sit down, you close your eyes, you breathe, and you bring your attention to your heart center. You imagine the outcome you desire as if it's already happened. But you don't just visualize it intellectually. You feel it. You generate the emotion of it. You embody the frequency of it. If you want abundance, you don't just picture money in your bank account. You feel what it would feel like to have financial freedom. You feel the relief, the gratitude, the security, the joy. You let that feeling build in your chest until it's real, until your body believes it, until your cells are bathed in the chemistry of abundance. If you want healing, you don't just imagine a healthy body. You feel what it would feel like to be well. You feel the energy, the vitality, the freedom from pain. You let your body experience that feeling now, in this moment, even though the evidence hasn't appeared yet. This is not make-believe. This is not fantasy. This is you sending a clear, coherent signal into the quantum field that says, "This is my frequency. This is my reality. Bring me experiences that match this." And the field must respond, not because you're manipulating it, but because that's how energy works. Like attracts like. The frequency you broadcast determines what frequencies you attract. When you hold the frequency of your desired reality consistently enough, the quantum field reorganizes matter to match it. But here's the critical part. You have to hold that frequency even when your current circumstances contradict it. This is where faith becomes a discipline, a practice, a choice you make moment by moment. Because your senses are going to scream at you that what you're feeling isn't real. Your bank account is going to show lack. Your body is going to show symptoms. Your relationship is going to show problems. And every time you look at the evidence of your current reality, you're tempted to drop your faith and return to the frequency of what is instead of what can be. This is the test. This is where most people fail. They generate the frequency of faith for a few minutes in meditation, but the moment they open their eyes and see their circumstances haven't changed, they give up. They let the evidence of the senses override the knowing of faith. They return to doubt, which is a low-frequency state that immediately disconnects them from the possibility they were creating. Christ faced this test constantly. People doubted him. Circumstances seemed impossible. The evidence contradicted what he was saying. But he never wavered. His faith never dropped. He maintained his frequency, regardless of external evidence, because he understood that the inner reality always creates the outer reality, not the other way around. You have to develop this same unwavering commitment to your faith frequency. You have to decide that no matter what your senses show you, no matter what your circumstances look like, no matter how long it takes for the evidence to appear, you will maintain the feeling of the wish fulfilled. This is not easy. Your body will resist. It's addicted to the familiar emotions of lack, fear, and doubt. When you try to feel differently, your body sends signals to your brain saying, "This doesn't feel like me. This is uncomfortable. Go back to normal." And most people obey that signal. They return to the familiar frequency because it's comfortable, even though it keeps them trapped in an unwanted reality. But if you can push through that discomfort, if you can keep generating elevated emotions even when your body is resisting, something remarkable happens. Your body starts to believe the new feeling. The neural pathways associated with the new emotion become stronger. The chemistry of your body changes, and you begin to actually become the frequency you've been practicing. This is when faith becomes your new normal. This is when you no longer have to try to have faith. You are faith. You embody it. You radiate it. And from that state, miracles become commonplace because you're living at the frequency where miracles are natural. Christ said that with faith the size of a mustard seed, you can move mountains. A mustard seed is tiny. He wasn't talking about the amount of faith. He was talking about the purity of faith. Even a small amount of pure, coherent, undiluted faith is enough to reorganize matter because it's operating at such a high frequency. Most people have a lot of belief mixed with doubt, hope mixed with fear, desire mixed with unworthiness. Their signal is garbled, incoherent, weak. But a mustard seed of pure faith, where there's zero contradiction between thought and feeling, where the electromagnetic signal is perfectly coherent, has enormous power. This is what you're working toward. Not more faith, but purer faith. Not stronger belief, but more coherent alignment between what you think and what you feel. And the way you develop this is through practice. Every day, you take time to generate the feeling of your desired reality. Every day, you train your body to feel grateful, abundant, healthy, loved, regardless of circumstances. Every day, you maintain your frequency, even when the evidence contradicts it. At first, this feels like lying to yourself. It feels fake, forced, inauthentic. Your rational mind says, "This is stupid. You don't have money. You're not healthy. You're alone. Stop pretending." But you keep practicing anyway. You keep generating the frequency anyway. You keep holding the feeling anyway. And slowly, gradually, something shifts. The feeling becomes more natural. Your body starts to respond differently. Your electromagnetic field becomes more coherent. And then, seemingly out of nowhere, circumstances begin to change. Opportunities appear. Resources flow. Synchronicities multiply. Healing happens. Relationships transform. Not because you forced anything to happen, not because you manipulated reality, but because you changed your frequency, and reality reorganized itself to match your new frequency. This is the science behind every miracle Christ performed. This is the mechanism of faith. This is how you move mountains, not with physical force, but with electromagnetic coherence. But here's what you need to understand. The mountain isn't just external obstacles or problems. The real mountain is your own doubt, your own conditioned patterns, your own unconscious programs that keep broadcasting the frequency of limitation. When Christ talked about moving mountains, he was talking about moving the mountain of consciousness that blocks you from your divine nature. He was talking about dissolving the beliefs, the emotions, the identities that keep you trapped in low-frequency states. And this mountain can be moved, not through willpower or force, but through faith, through the consistent practice of generating elevated emotions, through the discipline of maintaining your desired frequency, regardless of circumstances, through the commitment to embody the reality you want to create before it shows up in your world. This is not a quick fix. This is not a technique you try once and expect instant results. This is a way of life. This is a daily practice of aligning your thoughts, your emotions, and your energy with the reality you're choosing to create. Christ lived this way constantly. Every moment he was maintaining the frequency of the kingdom within. Every interaction, he was broadcasting coherence, love, peace, power. Every challenge, he was demonstrating that consciousness creates reality, not the other way around. And he invited you to do the same, not because he wanted followers, but because he wanted you to remember your own power. He wanted you to discover that you have the same access to the quantum field that he had. You have the same ability to generate coherent electromagnetic fields. You have the same capacity for faith that moves mountains. But you have to practice it. You have to train your body to hold higher frequencies. You have to teach yourself to feel differently than your circumstances suggest. You have to become so committed to your desired frequency that nothing can shake you from it. This is the difference between people who transform their lives and people who stay stuck. The ones who transform don't have more faith. They have purer faith. They have more consistent practice. They have stronger commitment to maintaining their frequency regardless of external evidence. And over time, their inner frequency becomes so coherent, so stable, so powerful, that their outer reality has no choice but to match it. The quantum field responds to their electromagnetic signal and reorganizes matter accordingly. What looked like mountains become molehills. What seemed impossible becomes inevitable. What others call miracles becomes their normal experience. This is your potential. This is what's available to you when you understand faith as frequency, when you commit to the practice of coherence, when you train yourself to think and feel like Christ thought and felt. The mountains in your life, whatever they are, can be moved, not through force, not through struggle, not through manipulation, but through faith, through the consistent generation of elevated emotions, through the coherent alignment of your thoughts, your feelings, and your energy. Christ proved it was possible. Science now explains how it works, and you have everything you need to do it yourself. The quantum field is waiting. Your electromagnetic heart is ready. Your energy centers are available. All you need now is the faith to begin. Not faith that it might work, not hope that someday you'll see results, but faith that it's already done. Faith that generates the feeling now. Faith that maintains the frequency regardless of circumstances. This is the frequency that moves mountains. This is the consciousness that creates miracles. This is the faith that Christ said would allow you to do even greater things than he did. The question is, are you ready to embody it? Are you ready to practice it? Are you ready to become it? Because when you do, nothing will be impossible for you. Not because you gained some external power, but because you remembered the infinite power that was always within you. The mountain is waiting. The faith is available. The frequency is yours to generate. What are you waiting for? Chapter 6. Forgiveness and Quantum Freedom. Cutting the cords of the past. There's a scene that haunts me every time I think about it. Christ is hanging on the cross, nails through his hands and feet, blood dripping, breathing labored, in excruciating physical pain. The crowd is mocking him. The religious leaders are gloating. The Roman soldiers are gambling for his clothes. And in the midst of all this torture, all this betrayal, all this injustice, he says something that seems absolutely impossible. Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing. Forgive them, not curse them, not condemn them, not wish them harm. Forgive them. In his darkest moment, in his greatest suffering, he chose forgiveness. For most of human history, this has been interpreted as a beautiful example of divine mercy, a standard so impossibly high that only God incarnate could achieve it. But what if forgiveness isn't about being morally superior or spiritually enlightened? What if forgiveness is actually a technology, a mechanism, an energetic process that literally sets you free from the past and opens the door to a completely different future? Because that's exactly what it is. And once you understand the quantum mechanics of forgiveness, you'll realize that Christ wasn't being noble on that cross. He was being smart. He was demonstrating the most powerful tool for personal transformation that exists. the ability to release the energetic bonds that keep you imprisoned by your past. Let me show you what I mean. Right now, as you're reading these words, you're connected to every person you've ever had an unresolved interaction with. Every betrayal, every hurt, every disappointment, every moment of anger or resentment created an energetic cord between you and that person. And those cords are still there, still active, still draining your energy, still keeping you tethered to the past. This isn't metaphorical. This is measurable reality. Your thoughts create electromagnetic fields. Your emotions charge those fields with energy. When you think about someone who hurt you, when you replay the memory of what they did, when you feel the anger or the pain all over again, you're literally sending energy through that cord, keeping it alive, keeping it strong, keeping yourself bound to that moment in time. And here's what most people don't realize. Every moment you're connected to your past through these cords of resentment, you're not available to your future. Every ounce of energy you're spending on holding on to hurt is energy you can't use for creation. Every thought you dedicate to what someone did to you is a thought you're not dedicating to what you want to create. You're bleeding energy into the past while wondering why you don't have enough energy to create a different future. You're imprisoned by your resentments while praying for freedom. You're holding people hostage in your mind while feeling like a victim. And all the while, those energetic cords are keeping you locked in the same frequency, the same patterns, the same reality you're desperate to escape. This is why forgiveness is not optional. This is why Christ didn't suggest forgiveness as a nice thing to do if you feel like it. He commanded it. He made it non-negotiable, not because he was trying to make you be a good person, but because he knew that without forgiveness, transformation is impossible. You cannot access higher states of consciousness while you're anchored to lower emotions. You cannot think like the spirit while you're feeling like a victim. You cannot create a new future while you're energetically bound to your past. Forgiveness is the key that unlocks the chains. It's the sword that cuts the cords. It's the liberation that every prisoner of resentment desperately needs but rarely chooses. Now here's where most people misunderstand forgiveness. They think it means condoning what happened. They think it means saying what the other person did was okay. They think it means forgetting, minimizing, or pretending they weren't hurt. And because they think this, they refuse to forgive. They hold on to their resentment like a badge of honor, like proof that they were wronged, like evidence that they're justified in their anger. But forgiveness has nothing to do with the other person. It has nothing to do with whether they deserve it, whether they're sorry, whether they've changed. Forgiveness is for you. It's about you reclaiming your energy, cutting the cords, and setting yourself free from the prison of the past. When you forgive someone, you're not saying what they did was right. You're saying you refuse to let what they did continue to define your energy, your emotional state, and your future. You're saying you're no longer willing to give them power over your consciousness. You're saying you choose freedom over bondage, creation over reaction, the present over the past. This is what Christ understood. When he said, "Forgive them," he wasn't saying the crucifixion was justified. He wasn't saying what they were doing was okay. He was refusing to let their actions determine his internal state. He was maintaining his frequency regardless of circumstances. He was demonstrating that no matter what happens externally, you always have the power to choose your internal response. And in making that choice, he remained free. He remained connected to Source. He remained in the frequency of love even while being tortured. This is the power of forgiveness. It doesn't change the past. It changes you. It changes your energy. It changes your frequency, and in changing your frequency, it changes your future. But here's what makes forgiveness so challenging. Your ego doesn't want to forgive. Your ego wants to be right. It wants to hold on to the story of what happened because that story defines who you are as the victim. Your identity has become wrapped up in the wounds you've suffered, and the ego fears that if you forgive, if you let go, you'll lose yourself. This is the same pattern we talked about in earlier chapters. The old self fights to survive, and it uses your resentments as ammunition. It says, if you forgive them, they win. If you let go, you're saying what they did doesn't matter. If you release this, you're betraying yourself. But the opposite is true. By holding on to resentment, you're betraying yourself. You're choosing to remain in pain when freedom is available. You're choosing to stay connected to people who hurt you when you could be free. You're choosing the familiar suffering of victimhood over the unknown liberation of forgiveness. And the cost is enormous. Every resentment you hold is a weight on your energy field. Every person you refuse to forgive is a drain on your life force. Every moment you spend replaying the past is a moment you're not present to create your future. I've seen people literally transform their health by forgiving someone. I've seen chronic pain disappear, diseases go into remission, depression lift, all because someone finally released the energetic burden of unforgiveness. This isn't miraculous. This is just what happens when you stop poisoning yourself with toxic emotions and start allowing your body to return to its natural state of wholeness. Because here's what the science shows. When you hold on to resentment, when you repeatedly activate the emotions of anger, betrayal, and victimhood, you're flooding your body with stress hormones. You're signaling your genes to express disease. You're creating inflammation. You're suppressing your immune system. You're literally making yourself sick with your unwillingness to forgive. And it's not just physical. Emotionally, mentally, spiritually, unforgiveness keeps you trapped in the lowest frequencies of consciousness. You can't access joy while you're holding on to anger. You can't feel peace while you're nurturing resentment. You can't experience love while you're feeding hatred. Christ knew this. That's why he made forgiveness so central to his teaching. He didn't just say it once on the cross. He talked about it constantly. Forgive not 7 times, but 70 times 7. If you do not forgive others, your Father will not forgive you. When you stand praying, if you hold anything against anyone, forgive them. He was obsessed with forgiveness because he understood that it's the doorway to every other spiritual reality. You cannot enter the kingdom of heaven within you while you're locked in the prison of unforgiveness. You cannot think like the Spirit while you're thinking like a victim. You cannot create like Christ while you're bound by resentment. So how do you actually forgive? How do you release cords that have been there for years, maybe decades? How do you let go of pain that feels like it's part of your identity? It starts with understanding what forgiveness truly is. It's not a feeling. You don't have to feel warm and fuzzy toward the person who hurt you. You don't have to like them or want to be around them. Forgiveness is a decision, a choice, an act of will that you make regardless of how you feel. You make the decision to no longer energize the past. You make the choice to stop replaying the story. You make the commitment to release the person from the prison in your mind where you've been holding them captive. And then you do something that might sound strange. You bless them. You don't do this because they deserve it. You do it because blessing someone is the energetic opposite of cursing them. When you bless someone, you're sending them energy of goodwill instead of resentment. You're cutting the negative cord and replacing it with neutrality or even positive regard. Christ demonstrated this. He didn't just forgive his crucifiers. He blessed them. Father, forgive them. He was actively sending them love, understanding, compassion, not because they deserved it, but because he refused to let their actions lower his frequency. This is advanced work. This is master-level consciousness. But it's available to you if you're willing to practice it. And the practice looks like this. You sit quietly. You bring to mind the person who hurt you. And instead of rehearsing the story of what they did, instead of feeling the familiar anger or pain, you consciously choose a different response. You acknowledge what happened. You don't deny it or minimize it. You say, yes, this happened. Yes, it was painful. Yes, it was wrong. But then you make a different choice. You say, oh, but I choose to release this. I choose to take back my energy. I choose to cut this cord. And then you imagine an energetic connection between you and this person, like a rope or a chain. You see it clearly in your mind's eye. You notice how much energy is flowing through it, how much of your life force is being drained into the past. And then, with intention and authority, you cut it. You sever the connection. You reclaim your energy. Some people imagine scissors cutting the cord. Some imagine a sword. Some just use their intention. It doesn't matter how you do it. What matters is that you make the conscious decision to release the connection, and you back it up with the energy of that decision. And here's what's important. You might have to do this multiple times. These cords don't always release with a single attempt, especially if the hurt was deep or the resentment has been there for a long time. But every time you practice this, every time you choose forgiveness over resentment, you weaken the cord. You take back more of your energy. You free yourself a little bit more. The real work of forgiveness happens in the moments when the memory arises and you feel the familiar emotions starting to bubble up. That's your opportunity. That's your choice point. You can feed the emotion, replay the story, and strengthen the cord. Or you can catch yourself, remember your commitment to forgiveness, and choose differently. You acknowledge the emotion without identifying with it. You notice it arising and you say, there's that old pattern again. There's that familiar resentment trying to hook me. But I'm not available for it anymore. I've already forgiven. I've already released. I've already reclaimed my energy. And then you redirect your attention. You don't fight the emotion. You don't suppress it. You simply choose not to energize it. You let it be there without feeding it, and eventually it dissolves on its own. This is the practice of forgiveness as a daily discipline. It's not a one-time event. It's a moment-by-moment choice to release the past and be present to now. And the more you practice it, the easier it becomes. The cords weaken. The memories lose their charge. The people who once had so much power over your emotional state become neutral. You remember what happened, but you no longer feel the pain. You know what they did, but you're no longer bound by it. This is freedom. This is what Christ was pointing you toward. Not freedom from external circumstances, but freedom from internal bondage. Not freedom from people doing wrong things, but freedom from those wrong things controlling your energy, your emotions, and your future. And here's where it gets even more powerful. When you truly forgive, when you genuinely release these cords, something happens in the quantum field. The energy that was locked in the past becomes available in the present. The possibilities that were blocked by resentment suddenly open up. The future that couldn't manifest because you were vibrating at the frequency of victimhood becomes accessible because you're now vibrating at the frequency of freedom. I've seen this happen countless times. Someone forgives a parent, and suddenly a new career opportunity appears. Someone releases a grudge against an ex-partner, and suddenly they attract a healthy relationship. Someone lets go of resentment toward themselves for past mistakes, and suddenly their health improves. This isn't coincidence. This is cause and effect. When you change your frequency by releasing unforgiveness, the quantum field responds by bringing you experiences that match your new frequency. Forgiveness literally creates space for new possibilities to emerge. But there's one more layer to this that most people never address: self-forgiveness. Because the hardest person to forgive is often yourself. The mistakes you've made, the people you've hurt, the opportunities you've wasted, the versions of yourself you're ashamed of. These create cords, too. Cords that bind you to your own past, that drain your energy, that keep you trapped in shame and regret. And until you forgive yourself, until you release yourself from the prison of self-condemnation, you cannot fully access your divine nature. You cannot think like Christ while you're judging yourself. You cannot create miracles while you're believing you deserve punishment. Christ never condemned people for their past. He said, "Neither do I condemn you. Go and sin no more." He separated the person from their actions. He saw their divine nature beyond their mistakes. He offered them a clean slate, a new beginning, a fresh start. And he offers the same to you. But you have to accept it. You have to release yourself from your own judgment. You have to forgive yourself for being human, for making mistakes, for not being perfect. This doesn't mean you don't take responsibility for your actions. It doesn't mean you don't make amends where possible. But it means you stop torturing yourself with guilt and shame. It means you acknowledge what you did, learn from it, and then let it go. It means you give yourself the same grace and forgiveness that Christ offers you. The practice is the same. You sit quietly. You bring to mind the version of yourself you're judging, and you make a conscious choice to release the condemnation. You say, "I acknowledge what I did. I take responsibility. But I am not defined by my past. I am not that person anymore. I release this. I forgive myself. I reclaim my energy." And then you cut the cord between your present self and your past self. You free yourself from the prison of your own making. You allow yourself to be reborn in this moment, unbound by yesterday, available for a completely different tomorrow. This is what Christ meant by being born again. It's not a religious ritual. It's a complete energetic release of everything that binds you to your past. It's forgiveness on every level. Forgiving others, forgiving yourself, forgiving life for not being what you expected. And when you do this, when you truly practice forgiveness as a way of life, everything changes. Your energy increases because you're no longer draining it into the past. Your frequency rises because you're no longer weighted down by resentment. Your creative power expands because you're finally available in the present moment, which is the only place creation happens. People notice a difference in you. Opportunities appear. Your health improves. Your relationships transform. Not because forgiveness is magic, but because forgiveness is freedom. And from freedom, anything is possible. Christ's words on the cross weren't just beautiful. They were revolutionary. They were the ultimate demonstration of consciousness overcoming circumstance, of the Spirit transcending the world, of love dissolving hatred in real time. Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing. He was teaching you that no matter what anyone does to you, no matter how you've been hurt, No matter how justified your resentment feels, you always have the power to choose forgiveness. You always have the ability to cut the cords. You always have access to freedom. The question is, will you choose it? Will you choose to release the past, even though your ego wants to hold on to it? Will you choose to reclaim your energy, even though it means letting go of your victim story? Will you choose freedom, even though it requires you to forgive the unforgivable? Because make no mistake, true forgiveness often feels impossible. The deepest wounds, the worst betrayals, the most painful experiences, these don't release easily. Your entire being will resist. Your mind will give you 1,000 reasons why this person doesn't deserve forgiveness. Your emotions will surge with righteous anger. Your body will tense with the memory of pain. But if you can breathe through it, if you can stay committed to your freedom, if you can choose forgiveness even when everything in you wants revenge or justice or acknowledgement, you will experience something extraordinary. You will feel the cord snap. You will feel your energy return. You will feel the weight lift. And in that moment, you will understand why Christ made forgiveness so central to his teaching. Not because he wanted you to be nice, not because he wanted you to let people off the hook, but because he wanted you to be free. Free from the past, free from resentment, free from the energetic bonds that keep you trapped in suffering. This freedom is available to you right now. Not someday when you feel ready, not when the person apologizes, not when justice is served. Now, in this moment, through the simple but profound choice to forgive. Every cord you cut is a step toward liberation. Every person you release is energy reclaimed. Every moment you choose forgiveness over resentment is a moment you're vibrating at the frequency of Christ consciousness. The past is only powerful when you keep energizing it. The moment you withdraw your energy, the moment you cut the cords, the moment you choose forgiveness, the past loses its grip, and you become available for a future that isn't determined by what happened to you, but by who you choose to be now. Christ showed you the way from the cross. He demonstrated that even in the darkest moment, even in the greatest pain, even in the most justified circumstances for resentment, forgiveness is possible, and not just possible, but powerful. Not just powerful, but liberating. Not just liberating, but necessary for transformation. The cords are waiting to be cut. The energy is waiting to be reclaimed. The freedom is waiting to be chosen. All it requires is your willingness to forgive, to release, to let go. Are you willing? Are you ready? Can you find the strength to do what seems impossible, but is actually the most intelligent thing you can do for yourself? Because on the other side of forgiveness is not just freedom from the past. On the other side of forgiveness is access to your divine nature, your creative power, your ability to think like Christ and create like Christ. The choice is yours. The power is yours. The freedom is yours. All you have to do is forgive. Chapter 7. Unconditional Love. The most powerful force in the universe. Christ gave one commandment that he called new, even though love had been taught for centuries before him. He said, "Love one another as I have loved you." Not love one another when they deserve it. Not love one another if they love you back. Love one another as I have loved you. Unconditionally, completely, without reservation or requirement. And then he demonstrated exactly what he meant. He loved the prostitute the religious leaders wanted to stone. He loved the tax collector everyone despised. He loved the leper no one would touch. He loved the thief hanging next to him on the cross. He loved his betrayer. He loved his deniers. He loved his executioners. His love had no conditions, no requirements, no limitations. For 2,000 years, people have tried to emulate this love and failed. They've interpreted it as a moral standard, an ethical guideline, a way to be a good person. But that's not what Christ was teaching. He wasn't giving you a rule to follow. He was revealing the fundamental frequency of the universe, the primary creative force, the most powerful energy that exists. Unconditional love is not a feeling. It's not an emotion that comes and goes based on circumstances. It's not something you fall into or out of. Unconditional love is a frequency, a state of being, a coherent electromagnetic field that literally reorganizes matter and creates reality. And here's what changes everything. When you operate from this frequency, when you embody unconditional love, you're not just being nice or kind or spiritual. You're becoming the most powerful version of yourself. You're accessing the same creative force that's holding the universe together, that's spinning galaxies, that's orchestrating the dance of atoms in every cell of your body. Science is now proving what mystics have always known. Love is not just an emotion. Love is measurable energy with specific electromagnetic properties. When you feel genuine love, your heart produces a coherent electromagnetic field that extends several feet beyond your body. This field is so powerful it can be detected by scientific instruments. It can influence the heart rhythms of people near you. It can actually change the molecular structure of water. Think about that. The frequency of love emanating from your heart can change matter. Not metaphorically. Literally, this is not poetry. This is physics. Christ knew this. That's why his very presence was healing. That's why people were transformed just by being near him. He wasn't performing tricks or channeling external power. He was radiating such a coherent field of unconditional love that people's bodies, minds, and spirits entrained to that frequency and returned to their natural state of wholeness. And he told you that you can do the same. Not someday when you're more evolved, not if you meditate for 40 years, now. Because unconditional love isn't something you achieve. It's something you are when you strip away everything that's blocking it. You weren't born with hatred, judgment, or resentment. You learned those. They're conditioned responses, programmed patterns, survival mechanisms that your ego developed to protect itself. But underneath all that conditioning, underneath all those protective layers, your essential nature is love. Not the romantic, needy, conditional love that most people experience, but the vast, unconditional, infinite love that Christ embodied. This is what he meant when he said the kingdom of heaven is within you. The kingdom is the state of unconditional love, and it's not somewhere you have to go. It's what you are when you stop being everything you're not. But here's the challenge. Your ego is terrified of unconditional love. Why? Because unconditional love requires you to dissolve all boundaries, all protection, all separation. It requires you to see everyone as yourself, to feel everyone's pain as your pain, to recognize that there is no other, only different expressions of the same consciousness. The ego can't survive in that state. Its entire existence is based on separation, on maintaining the illusion that you are separate from others, from nature, from God. So it fights unconditional love with every weapon in its arsenal. It says love is dangerous, that you'll get hurt, that people don't deserve it, that you need to protect yourself. And most people listen to that voice. They build walls around their hearts. They create conditions for love. I'll love you if you love me back. I'll love you if you meet my needs. I'll love you if you behave the way I want. This conditional love is what passes for love in most relationships, but it's not love at all. It's a transaction. It's a negotiation. It's an exchange of behaviors and feelings based on mutual benefit. Christ's love was nothing like this. He loved knowing he would be rejected. He loved knowing he wouldn't be loved back. He loved without any expectation of return. His love was purely outgoing, radiating from his being like light from the sun, not because the sun expects anything in return, but because radiating light is the sun's nature. This is the love he's inviting you to embody, not because it will make you a saint, but because it will make you powerful, not because it's the right thing to do, but because it's the most intelligent thing you can do if you want to transform your life and access your supernatural potential. Let me explain why. When you love conditionally, when you hold back love until certain requirements are met, you're creating resistance in your energy field. You're fragmenting yourself. Part of you wants to love, but part of you is protecting, defending, withholding. This internal division creates incoherence in your electromagnetic field. Your signal becomes weak, chaotic, ineffective. But when you love unconditionally, when you remove all conditions and allow love to flow freely, regardless of circumstances, something extraordinary happens. Your energy becomes coherent. Your heart and brain synchronize. Your electromagnetic field becomes powerful, organized, creative. You become a unified field of consciousness, and from that state, you can influence matter in ways that seem miraculous. This is why Christ could heal with a touch. This is why his words carried such power. This is why his presence transformed environments. He wasn't accessing some external power source. He was simply so coherent in the frequency of unconditional love that his field was strong enough to reorganize the matter around him. And you have access to this same coherence, this same power. But it requires you to do something that feels counterintuitive, even dangerous. You have to love without protection, without conditions, without guarantees. Now let me be very clear about something. Unconditional love does not mean allowing yourself to be abused. It doesn't mean staying in toxic relationships. It doesn't mean ignoring boundaries or enabling destructive behavior. You can love someone unconditionally and still choose not to be around them. You can hold the frequency of love for someone while maintaining healthy distance. You can wish them well without letting them harm you. Unconditional love is not about what you do externally. It's about what you hold internally. It's about maintaining the frequency of love in your heart, regardless of how others behave. It's about refusing to let anyone's actions cause you to close your heart, to drop into resentment, to return to the frequency of separation. This is mastery. This is what Christ demonstrated on the cross. He could have closed his heart. He could have cursed his executioners. He could have descended into hatred and rage, and he would have been justified. But he didn't. He maintained the frequency of love, even in his darkest hour, because he understood that his power came from that frequency, and dropping it would mean losing access to his divine nature. You face the same choice every day, maybe not on a cross, but in every interaction, every challenge, every moment when someone pushes your buttons or disappoints you or betrays you. Will you close your heart to protect yourself? Will you drop into judgment or resentment? Will you return to the frequency of separation? Or will you choose to maintain the frequency of love, regardless of circumstances? This choice is not about being nice. It's about being powerful. Because when you maintain unconditional love, you maintain coherence. And when you maintain coherence, you maintain your creative power. your connection to Source, your ability to influence reality. Let me give you a concrete example. Imagine someone cuts you off in traffic. Your immediate reaction might be anger. Maybe you curse them. Maybe you feel your body tense with adrenaline. In that moment, you've dropped your frequency. You've let someone's behavior determine your internal state. You've given your power away. Now imagine the same scenario, but this time you notice the anger arising, and you make a different choice. You breathe. You acknowledge the anger without acting on it. You consciously choose to return to love. Maybe you think, that person must be having a difficult day. I hope they arrive safely wherever they're going. And you mean it. You genuinely send them love and let it go. What just happened? You maintained your frequency. You didn't let external circumstances control your internal state. You remained coherent. You stayed in your power. And from that place, you remain available for creativity, for intuition, for synchronicity, for all the things that can't happen when you're vibrating at the frequency of anger. Multiply that one small choice by thousands of interactions every day, and you begin to see how maintaining unconditional love is not just a spiritual practice, but a strategic decision about where you want to live energetically and what kind of reality you want to create. But here's where it gets challenging. Maintaining unconditional love requires you to see everyone as consciousness having a human experience, not as good or bad, deserving or undeserving. It requires you to recognize that everyone is doing the best they can with the level of consciousness they have access to. People aren't evil. They're unconscious. They're trapped in their conditioning, operating from their wounds, acting out their unhealed trauma. Christ understood this perfectly. Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing. They don't know. They're not awake. They're not conscious. They're operating from programming, from survival mode, from the mind of the world. And the most loving thing you can do is hold a frequency so high that it gives them an opportunity to remember who they really are. This doesn't mean accepting harmful behavior. It doesn't mean allowing people to hurt you. But it means understanding that their behavior is coming from unconsciousness, not from their true nature. And when you can see that, when you can look past their actions to the divine spark within them, you can love them unconditionally while still maintaining healthy boundaries. This is what Christ did. He loved everyone, but he also called out hypocrisy. He loved the money changers, but he still overturned their tables. He loved Judas, but he still acknowledged the betrayal. Love doesn't mean ignoring reality. Love means seeing reality clearly and choosing to maintain your frequency regardless of what you see. Now, the most important relationship where you need to practice unconditional love is with yourself, because most people are incredibly conditional in their self-love. They love themselves when they're successful, when they're thin, when they're productive, when they meet their own standards. But the moment they fail, gain weight, make a mistake, or fall short, they turn on themselves with harsh judgment and criticism. This conditional self-love is what keeps you trapped. Every time you judge yourself, you fragment your energy. Every time you hate your body, you send signals of unworthiness to your cells. Every time you criticize yourself, you lower your frequency and disconnect from your divine nature. Christ never taught self-hatred. He said, "Love your neighbor as yourself," which assumes you love yourself. He said, "You are the light of the world, the salt of the earth, children of God." He saw your divine nature clearly, and he invited you to see it too. Unconditional self-love means accepting yourself completely, right now, exactly as you are. Not when you lose weight, not when you get the promotion, not when you fix all your flaws. Now, with all your imperfections, mistakes, and limitations, because those things are not who you are. They're temporary conditions, surface-level experiences that have nothing to do with your essential nature. Your essential nature is divine consciousness, temporarily expressing itself in human form. You are infinite awareness having a finite experience, and that awareness is worthy of love simply because it exists, not because of anything it does or achieves. When you truly grasp this, when you really understand that your worth is inherent and unchangeable, everything shifts. You stop needing external validation. You stop trying to earn love. You stop performing for approval. You simply be, and from that beingness, you radiate love naturally, effortlessly, powerfully. This is the state Christ lived in. He didn't need anyone's approval. He didn't perform for the crowds. He simply was love. And that love was so powerful, it changed everyone who encountered it. And here's the quantum mechanics of why this matters. When you love yourself unconditionally, when you fully accept yourself, you become coherent. All the internal conflict dissolves. The war between who you are and who you think you should be ends. And in that coherence, your electromagnetic field becomes incredibly powerful. From this coherent state, you naturally begin to manifest differently. Your body heals more easily because you're no longer attacking it with criticism. Your relationships improve because you're no longer needy or defensive. Opportunities appear because you're vibrating at a frequency that attracts abundance rather than lack. But it all starts with the decision to love yourself unconditionally, to accept yourself completely, to see yourself the way Christ sees you, as a divine being temporarily having a human experience. This doesn't mean you don't grow or change or improve, but it means you do those things from a foundation of self-love, not from a place of self-rejection. You improve because you love yourself enough to become the fullest expression of yourself, not because you hate who you are now. There's a huge difference between these two motivations, and they create completely different results. When you try to change from self-hatred, you're operating from a low frequency, and even if you achieve external changes, you remain internally fragmented. But when you change from self-love, you're operating from a high frequency, and the changes that occur are authentic, sustainable, and transformative. Christ loved people into transformation. He didn't shame them or criticize them or tell them how broken they were. He saw their wholeness, held that vision for them, and radiated such unconditional love that they couldn't help but remember who they really were. And then, from that remembering, transformation happened naturally. This is the power you have access to, both for yourself and for others. When you hold the frequency of unconditional love, when you see through the surface behaviors and conditions to the divine nature underneath, you become a catalyst for transformation. Your very presence becomes healing, not because you're doing anything, but because you're being love. And being love is not passive. It's the most active, creative, powerful state that exists. Love is what holds atoms together. Love is what orchestrates the complex dance of trillions of cells in your body. Love is what spins galaxies and births stars. Love is the fundamental creative force of the universe, and when you embody it, when you become a clear channel for it, you gain access to that creative power. This is why Christ said that love is the fulfillment of all the law, not because it's a nice moral principle, but because it's the master key that unlocks everything. When you truly love unconditionally, you naturally fulfill every other spiritual principle. You can't love unconditionally and hold resentment. You can't love unconditionally and judge harshly. You can't love unconditionally and live in fear. Love dissolves everything that's not love. It's like turning on a light in a dark room. The darkness doesn't go somewhere. It simply ceases to exist because light and darkness cannot occupy the same space. When you embody unconditional love, all the lower frequencies, fear, anger, resentment, judgment, they dissolve naturally, not because you fought them, but because they can't exist in the presence of love. This is the transformation Christ offers you. Not a transformation through effort and struggle, but a transformation through love. Not becoming something you're not, but remembering what you are. Not achieving some distant spiritual state, but embodying the frequency that's your natural state when you stop resisting it. And the practice is simple, though not always easy. Every moment, you have a choice. Will you choose love or fear? Will you open your heart or close it? Will you see with the eyes of judgment or the eyes of compassion? Every choice either raises your frequency or lowers it. Every choice either connects you more deeply to your divine nature or separates you from it. Christ chose love in every moment, even when it was hardest, even when he had every reason to choose otherwise. And in making that choice consistently, he became the embodiment of love, the demonstration of what's possible when a human being fully aligns with the creative force of the universe. You're being invited to do the same, not to become Christ, but to embody the same consciousness that he embodied. Not to worship love from a distance, but to be love in every moment. Not to try to love, but to recognize that you are love when you strip away everything else. The barriers to unconditional love are not external. They're internal. They're the walls you've built around your heart to protect yourself from pain. They're the judgments you hold to feel superior or separate. They're the conditions you place on love to maintain control. But those barriers are also prisons. They keep love out, but they also keep you trapped. They protect you from hurt, but they also disconnect you from your power. They maintain your separate identity, but they also block your access to infinite consciousness. Christ invites you to tear down those walls, to remove those conditions, to let go of the protection and risk being fully open, fully vulnerable, fully love. Not because it's safe, but because it's powerful. Not because you won't get hurt, but because even if you do, maintaining the frequency of love is worth more than protecting yourself from pain. This is the path of mastery. This is what it means to think like Christ, not thinking loving thoughts occasionally, but being love constantly. Not practicing love when it's convenient, but embodying love when it's hardest. Because here's the ultimate truth. Unconditional love is not just the most powerful force in the universe. It's the only force. Everything else is just love in disguise. Love distorted by fear. Love blocked by unconsciousness. Love waiting to be remembered. And when you remember, when you truly embody unconditional love as your natural state, you don't just transform your own life. You become a light in the darkness, a frequency stabilizer in a chaotic world, a demonstration of what's possible when a human being fully awakens to their divine nature. Christ said, "Let your light shine before others." That light is unconditional love. It's already within you, waiting to be unleashed. All you have to do is stop blocking it, stop conditioning it, stop protecting yourself from it. The world doesn't need more conditional love. It needs you to remember unconditional love, to embody it, to radiate it, regardless of circumstances. This is not just for your transformation. This is for the transformation of everything you touch, everyone you meet, every environment you enter. This is your power. This is your purpose. This is your path. Not to seek love, but to be love. Not to find love, but to remember that you are love. Not to earn love, but to realize that love is your essential nature, waiting to be uncovered, unleashed, and expressed without limit or condition. The question is, are you ready? Are you willing? Can you risk opening your heart completely, loving without guarantee, giving without expectation, being love even when it's not returned? Because when you do, when you truly embody unconditional love, you discover what Christ discovered, that love is not just the most powerful force in the universe. Love is what you are when you stop being anything else. And from that realization, everything becomes possible. Chapter 8. Prayer as Co-Creation. Speaking the language of the universe. Christ made a statement about prayer that most people completely misunderstand. He said, "Whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours." Not believe that you will receive it someday in the future. Not hope that maybe you'll get it if you're good enough. Believe that you have received it. Present tense. Already done. Already yours. This is not how most people pray. Most people beg, plead, hope, and wish. They approach prayer like they're asking an external authority figure for favors, like a child asking a parent for permission or a subject petitioning a king. And then they wonder why their prayers go unanswered, why their requests fall into some cosmic void, why God seems distant or uncaring or simply not listening. But Christ wasn't teaching you to beg an external God for things you need. He was teaching you how to communicate with the quantum field, how to collapse possibility into reality, how to use consciousness itself as the creative force that manifests your desires into physical form. He was giving you the technology of prayer, and most people have been using it completely wrong. Let me show you what prayer actually is and how it works. Because once you understand this, once you grasp the mechanics of true prayer, everything changes. You stop being a supplicant, hoping for divine intervention, and become a creator consciously participating in the manifestation of your reality. First, you need to understand that prayer is not words. Words are just sounds, vibrations in the air. They can be part of prayer, but they're not prayer itself. Prayer is a state of being. It's an electromagnetic signal that your heart and brain send into the quantum field. It's the coherent alignment of your thoughts, emotions, and energy broadcasting a specific frequency that tells the field what reality you're choosing to create. When Christ prayed, he wasn't reciting memorized phrases or following religious formulas. He was entering a state of absolute certainty, complete alignment, total coherence. He was feeling the reality he was calling forth as if it already existed. He was becoming the answer to his prayer before it manifested in the physical dimension. This is the key that unlocks everything. Prayer is not about asking. It's about claiming. It's not about requesting. It's about receiving. It's not about hoping something will happen in the future. It's about accepting that it's already done in the quantum realm and allowing it to materialize in the physical realm. Think about what Christ did before he called Lazarus out of the tomb. He didn't say, "Father, please, if it's your will, maybe you could consider bringing Lazarus back to life if that's okay with your divine plan." He said, "Father, I thank you that you have heard me." Past tense. Already done. And then he called Lazarus forth with absolute authority, with zero doubt, with complete certainty, that what he was speaking was already real. This is the power of prayer that operates from the consciousness of Christ. It's prayer that comes from knowing, not hoping. It's prayer that speaks from the end result, not from the problem. It's prayer that gives thanks before the evidence appears, because in the quantum field, in the realm of infinite possibility, it's already real. But most people pray from lack. They pray about what they don't have, what they need, what's wrong. They describe their problems in detail. They focus on the absence of what they want. And in doing so, they're broadcasting the frequency of lack into the quantum field, which responds by giving them more experiences of lack. You cannot manifest from a state of need. Need implies absence. Absence creates a frequency of separation from what you desire. And that frequency of separation is what keeps you separated from your manifestation. This is the cruel irony that traps most people. The very act of praying for what you need reinforces the reality that you don't have it. Christ never prayed from need. He prayed from abundance, from certainty, from the knowing that the Father had already given him everything. He said, "Everything I have is yours, and everything you have is mine." Not "will be mine," or "I hope will be mine," but "is mine." Present tense, already possessed, already real. This is not arrogance. This is understanding how the quantum field works. In the field of infinite possibilities, everything already exists. Every potential reality, every possible outcome, every conceivable experience is there as a wave of possibility, waiting to be collapsed into particle reality. Your prayer is not asking the universe to create something that doesn't exist. Your prayer is selecting which of the infinite possibilities you want to experience and collapsing that wave function into your reality. And the mechanism for collapsing that wave function is not your words. It's your emotional state. It's the feeling you generate that matches the frequency of the reality you're choosing. This is why Christ emphasized belief, faith, and certainty. These are not just nice spiritual qualities. These are specific electromagnetic frequencies that interact with the quantum field in specific ways. When you pray with doubt, when you say the right words but feel uncertainty, when you ask for something while simultaneously believing it probably won't happen, you're sending a mixed signal. Part of your frequency is tuned to what you want, but part of it is tuned to the absence of what you want. The field receives this incoherent signal and returns incoherent results. Sometimes you get glimpses of what you want. Sometimes you experience its opposite. But you never fully manifest, because your signal is never fully coherent. But when you pray with certainty, when you generate the feeling of already having what you desire, when you give thanks before the manifestation appears, you're sending a coherent signal. Your entire electromagnetic field is tuned to one frequency, broadcasting one clear message to the quantum field, and the field must respond, not because you're manipulating it, but because that's how energy works. The frequency you broadcast determines what you attract. This is what Christ meant when he said, "According to your faith, it will be done unto you." Your faith is your frequency. Your belief is your broadcast. Your certainty is your creative power. And the degree to which you can generate the feeling of already having what you desire is the degree to which you can manifest it. Now here's where most people struggle. They try to manufacture the feeling intellectually. They try to convince themselves that they have something when their body clearly feels the absence of it. They say affirmations with their mouth, while their gut is tight with anxiety. They visualize abundance while their chest is constricted with fear. and then they wonder why it doesn't work. You cannot lie to your body. Your body is always broadcasting your true state of being, not your hoped-for state. Your cells are listening to your emotions, not your words. Your heart is sending signals based on what you feel, not what you think you should feel. And the quantum field responds to your genuine electromagnetic signature, not to the fake one you're trying to project. This is why true prayer requires inner work. You cannot effectively pray for abundance while you're still identified with lack. You cannot pray for healing while you're still emotionally attached to being sick. You cannot pray for love while you're still vibrating at the frequency of unworthiness. First, you have to shift your internal state. First, you have to become the frequency of what you desire. Then, and only then, does prayer become powerful. Christ understood this perfectly. That's why he would withdraw to solitary places to pray. He wasn't going to ask God for things. He was going to align himself with the Father, to tune his consciousness to the frequency of infinite possibility, to become so coherent in his internal state that his prayers were not requests, but declarations of reality. This is the practice you need to develop. Not more words, not longer prayers, not more desperate pleading, but the ability to enter a state of consciousness where what you desire feels already real, where the future you're creating is so vivid in your awareness that your body responds to it as if it's happening now. Let me walk you through how this actually works. You sit quietly. You close your eyes. You begin to breathe deeply. You're not trying to do anything yet. You're just calming your nervous system, moving out of the stress response, shifting from beta brain waves to alpha and theta. You're creating the internal environment where true prayer becomes possible. Once you're calm, once you're centered, you bring to mind what you want to create. But you don't think about not having it. You don't focus on the problem. You don't rehearse all the reasons it seems impossible. Instead, you imagine it as already done. You see it, feel it, experience it in your mind's eye, as if it's happening right now. If you're praying for healing, you don't focus on the disease. You imagine yourself healthy, vibrant, full of energy. You feel what it would feel like to move without pain, to wake up refreshed, to live without limitations. You make that feeling so real in your body that your cells begin to respond to it, that your heart begins to generate the electromagnetic signature of health. If you're praying for abundance, you don't rehearse your lack or worry about bills. You imagine financial freedom. You feel what it would feel like to have more than enough, to be generous, to live without the stress of scarcity. You generate gratitude for resources that haven't appeared yet, knowing that gratitude is the frequency that attracts more things to be grateful for. If you're praying for a relationship, you don't focus on loneliness. You imagine being loved, being seen, being cherished. You feel the warmth of connection, the joy of companionship, the security of being chosen. You embody the feeling of love received, and in that frequency, you become a magnet for the relationship you desire. This is not fantasy. This is not make-believe. This is you programming your electromagnetic field with a clear signal, you telling the quantum field which of the infinite possibilities you want to experience, you collapsing wave functions through the power of focused consciousness and elevated emotion. And here's what's crucial. You don't just do this once. You don't visualize for 5 minutes and then return to your normal state of lack, worry, or doubt. You practice this state until it becomes familiar, until your body knows this frequency, until this way of being becomes your new normal. Christ didn't pray once before calling Lazarus from the tomb. He lived in a constant state of prayer, a continuous communion with the infinite. His baseline consciousness was alignment with the Father. He didn't have to shift into prayer mode because he never shifted out of it. His entire life was a prayer, a continuous broadcast of coherent frequency that manifested miracles naturally and effortlessly. This is what he's inviting you to develop. Not a practice you do for a few minutes in the morning, but a state of being you maintain throughout your day. Not something separate from your life, but the foundation of your life. Not a request you make occasionally, but a frequency you embody constantly. And as you practice this, as you learn to maintain this state, something remarkable happens. Your prayers stop being about specific things and start being about frequency itself. You stop asking for particular outcomes and start aligning with the consciousness that creates all outcomes. You move from "give me this" to "I am this," from requesting to embodying, from hoping to knowing. This is the evolution of prayer that Christ demonstrated. He didn't pray to get things. He prayed to align himself completely with the creative intelligence of the universe. And from that alignment, everything he needed flowed naturally, effortlessly, abundantly. But there's another dimension to prayer that most people never discover. Prayer for others. Christ didn't just pray for himself. He prayed for everyone. He held a frequency of wholeness for the sick, abundance for the poor, awakening for the unconscious. His very presence was a prayer, a living transmission of elevated consciousness that gave others permission to remember who they really are. And you can do this too. When you pray for someone else, you're not asking God to do something to them. You're holding a frequency for them, broadcasting a coherent field that they can entrain to if they're ready, creating an energetic template of wholeness that their system can use as a reference point for healing. This is what happens in the presence of a master. Christ didn't heal people by doing something to them. He healed them by being so coherent in the frequency of wholeness that their bodies synchronized to his field. He held the vision of their perfection so clearly that they couldn't help but remember their own wholeness. You have this capacity. When you hold someone in the light, when you see them as whole, even when they're manifesting disease, when you feel love for them, even when they're acting unlovable, you're offering them a frequency they can match if they choose. You're not fixing them or saving them, but you're giving them an opportunity to shift their own consciousness by being in proximity to yours. This is the most powerful form of service, not doing things for people, but being a frequency that elevates everyone around you, not trying to change people, but holding such a coherent field that change becomes possible for those who are ready. But here's the critical understanding. Even when you pray for others, you can't want it more than they want it. You can't force someone to heal, to change, to awaken. Free will is sacred. All you can do is hold the frequency, offer the possibility, and trust that if it's meant to manifest, it will. Christ demonstrated this too. He healed many, but not everyone. Some people weren't ready. Some didn't have the faith to receive. Some chose to stay in their familiar suffering. And he didn't force them. He offered the possibility, held the frequency, and allowed them to choose. This is the wisdom you need when praying for others. Hold the vision, but don't be attached to the outcome. Send the love, but don't need them to receive it. Offer the frequency, but allow them their free will. Your job is not to manifest outcomes for others. Your job is to be so aligned in your own consciousness that your field becomes a resource for anyone ready to shift. Now let's talk about what happens when prayers don't seem to work, when you ask and don't receive, when you generate the feeling and nothing manifests. This is where most people lose faith, where they decide prayer doesn't work, or God doesn't care, or the universe is ignoring them. But here's what's really happening. Either your signal is still incoherent, or what you're asking for isn't aligned with your highest good, or the timing isn't right. The quantum field always responds to your frequency, but not always in the way or time frame you expect. Sometimes what you think you want isn't what you actually need. Sometimes the universe has something better in store, but you have to release your attachment to how it should look. Sometimes the manifestation requires other pieces to fall into place first, and you have to trust the timing even when it frustrates you. Christ taught this with the parable of the persistent widow. He didn't say to ask once and give up. He said to keep asking, keep seeking, keep knocking, not because God needs to be convinced, but because you need to maintain your frequency long enough for the manifestation to occur. Most people give up too soon. They pray for a week, don't see results, and quit. But transformation takes time. Manifestation has its own timeline. Your job is to maintain the frequency, hold the vision, and trust the process. This requires faith, not as belief without evidence, but as commitment to your frequency, regardless of circumstances. It requires you to keep feeling grateful even when nothing has changed. It requires you to keep seeing the vision even when reality contradicts it. It requires you to keep broadcasting the signal even when it seems like nothing is receiving it. This is where most people fail. They maintain the frequency for a while, but then they check to see if it's working. They look at their circumstances, see no change, and immediately drop back into doubt. And in that moment of doubt, they undo all the coherent signaling they've been building. They reset the manifestation process and have to start over. Christ never checked to see if his prayers were working. He knew they were working because he understood the mechanism. He maintained his frequency with absolute certainty, and the manifestations followed. Sometimes immediately, sometimes after a delay, but always eventually because a coherent signal must produce a coherent result. This is the discipline of prayer, maintaining your frequency regardless of external evidence, feeling grateful before the manifestation, believing you have received before you can see it, living as if the prayer is already answered, because in the quantum field, it is already answered. It just hasn't materialized in three-dimensional reality yet. And here's the final piece that completes the understanding of prayer. Prayer is not just about getting what you want. Prayer is about aligning yourself with the highest version of yourself, with your divine nature, with the consciousness of Christ. When you truly align with that frequency, what you want and what the universe wants for you become the same thing. Your desires become inspired. Your manifestations become aligned. Your prayers become expressions of divine will flowing through human consciousness. This is what Christ meant when he said, "Not my will, but yours be done." He wasn't denying his own desires. He was recognizing that when he was fully aligned with the Father, his will and the Father's will were one. There was no separation, no conflict, no need to choose between what he wanted and what was divinely ordained. This is the ultimate state of prayer, complete alignment where your consciousness and universal consciousness merge, where personal desire and divine will become indistinguishable, where prayer is no longer something you do, but something you are. You are a living prayer when every thought, every emotion, every action is coherent with your divine nature. You become the answer to your own prayers by embodying the frequency of what you've been asking for. You manifest not by trying harder, but by becoming so aligned that manifestation is the natural result of who you are. This is what Christ demonstrated. His entire life was a prayer, a continuous communion with Source, a constant broadcast of coherent frequency that manifested everything he needed and everything those around him needed. He didn't separate prayer time from the rest of his life. His life was prayer. His consciousness was prayer. His very existence was a demonstration of what's possible when a human being fully aligns with divine consciousness. And this is what's possible for you. Not someday when you're more spiritual, not in some future lifetime when you've evolved enough. Now, today, in this moment. You can enter the state of prayer that Christ embodied. You can align your frequency with infinite possibility. You can become a conscious co-creator with the intelligence that's orchestrating the entire universe. All it requires is the willingness to shift from asking to knowing, from hoping to embodying, from praying for things to becoming the prayer itself. All it requires is the commitment to maintain your frequency regardless of circumstances, to feel gratitude before the evidence appears, to believe you have received before you can see it. This is the language of the universe. This is how consciousness speaks to the quantum field. This is how prayer actually works, not through the words you say, but through the frequency you embody, not through religious rituals, but through genuine alignment of thought, emotion, and energy. Christ gave you the key. He showed you the way. He demonstrated the power. Now it's your turn to use it. Now it's your turn to pray, not as a beggar hoping for scraps, but as a creator consciously manifesting your reality. Now it's your turn to speak the language of the universe and watch as reality rearranges itself to match your frequency. The quantum field is listening. Your electromagnetic heart is broadcasting. Your consciousness is creating. The only question is, what are you praying for? Not with your words, but with your being. Not with your requests, but with your frequency. Because that prayer, the one your entire being is broadcasting in every moment, is the only prayer that matters. And it's being answered right now, in this moment, as you read these words. The universe is responding to your frequency, organizing matter to match your state of being, collapsing possibilities into the reality you're choosing with every thought and every feeling. So choose wisely, pray powerfully, align completely, and watch as the miracles that Christ promised become your daily experience, not because you begged for them, but because you became the frequency that naturally attracts them. This is prayer. This is power. This is your birthright. Claim it. Chapter 9. Resurrection in Life. Being reborn in every moment. There's a moment in every transformation that terrifies people more than any other. It's not the moment of dying to the old self. It's not the dark night of the soul when everything familiar falls away. It's the moment of resurrection, the moment when you have to step into the new self, when you have to actually live as the person you've been becoming, when the transformation stops being a concept and becomes your reality. Most people never make it to this moment. They die to the old self, but never resurrect into the new. They release who they were, but never claim who they're meant to be. They exist in a kind of spiritual limbo, no longer their old self, but not yet their new self, suspended in the void, waiting for something external to pull them into their new identity. But resurrection doesn't work that way. Resurrection is not something that happens to you. Resurrection is something you choose, moment by moment, breath by breath, decision by decision. It's the conscious act of embodying your new self, of thinking the thoughts of your new self, of feeling the emotions of your new self, of making the choices of your new self, until that new self becomes who you naturally are. Christ didn't just die and resurrect once. He taught that you must be born again, and the present tense of that teaching is critical. Not born once in some religious ceremony, and then you're done. Born again and again and again, every day, every moment, continuously choosing to let the old self die and the new self emerge. This is what it means to think like Christ. It's not about achieving some permanent enlightened state where you never struggle again. It's about developing the capacity to resurrect yourself in every moment, to return to your divine nature, even when you've slipped back into old patterns, to choose the frequency of the Spirit, even when the world is pulling you into lower vibrations. Let me show you what this looks like in practical terms, because resurrection is not an abstract spiritual concept. It's a biological, neurological, and energetic process that happens in your body, your brain, and your consciousness. And understanding this process is what allows you to become skilled at it, to master it, to make it your natural way of being. Every morning when you wake up, your brain does something automatic. It checks in with a memorized self. It asks, who am I? What's my life like? What do I need to worry about today? And within seconds, maybe before you even open your eyes, you remember your identity. You remember your problems. You remember your limitations. You remember your past. And in that remembering, you become that person again. This is the automatic resurrection of the old self. It happens so fast, so unconsciously, that most people never even notice they're making a choice. But they are. Every morning they're choosing to bring the old self back to life, to animate the corpse of who they used to be, to live another day as the person they've always been. And then they wonder why their life never changes. They wonder why transformation feels impossible. They wonder why they can't seem to break free from old patterns. It's because every single day they're resurrecting the old self before they even get out of bed. But you have another option. You can catch that moment. You can become conscious of that automatic program running, and you can interrupt it. You can wake up and consciously refuse to be who you were yesterday. You can choose, with intention and awareness, to resurrect a different self. This is where the real work happens. This is where transformation becomes tangible. Not in meditation, not in prayer, not in reading books or attending workshops, but in this moment, right here, when you wake up and you have to decide, who am I going to be today? Christ demonstrated this mastery. Every morning he resurrected himself as the Son of God, as one with the Father, as the embodiment of divine love. He didn't wake up as a victim of his circumstances. He didn't wake up worried about the Romans or stressed about the religious leaders or anxious about his mission. He woke up as pure consciousness, choosing to express itself as Christ. And this is what's available to you. Not to wake up as Christ, but to wake up as the highest version of yourself, as the person you're becoming, as the consciousness you're evolving into. To wake up and consciously choose to think different thoughts, feel different emotions, and take different actions than the person you were yesterday. But here's what makes this challenging. Your body will resist. Your body has been conditioned to be the old self. It knows the chemistry of the old emotions, the tension patterns of the old stress, the neural pathways of the old thoughts. Your body is literally addicted to being who you've been, And when you try to be someone different, your body sends urgent signals to your brain. This doesn't feel like me. Something's wrong. Go back to normal. This is the withdrawal phase of transformation. Just like any addiction, when you stop feeding your body the familiar chemistry of who you've been, you experience withdrawal symptoms. You feel anxious, uncomfortable, restless. You have strong urges to return to familiar thoughts and emotions. Your body is craving the drug it's used to, and that drug is the old you. Most people interpret these sensations as evidence that something is wrong, that they're not meant to change, that transformation isn't for them. So they give in. They return to familiar thoughts, familiar emotions, familiar behaviors. They resurrect the old self and call it being realistic, or staying grounded, or accepting who I am. But what they're really doing is choosing comfort over transformation. They're choosing the familiar prison over the unknown freedom. They're choosing to keep being who they've been, rather than risk becoming who they could be. Christ never made that choice, even in his darkest moments, even when his body was screaming for him to give up. He maintained his identity as the Son of God. He refused to resurrect the old self of limitation, fear, or separation. He stayed committed to his divine nature, even when everything in his human experience contradicted it. This is the discipline you must develop, not the discipline to meditate longer or pray harder or follow more rules. The discipline to maintain your new identity, even when your body is begging you to return to the old one. The discipline to keep thinking the thoughts of your new self, even when your old thoughts feel more natural. The discipline to keep feeling the emotions of your new self, even when your old emotions feel more comfortable. And you do this by understanding what's actually happening in your body during this process. When you think a new thought, you're creating a new neural pathway in your brain. The first time you think this thought, the pathway is weak, barely there, like a faint trail through dense forest. But every time you think that thought again, you strengthen the pathway. You make it wider, clearer, easier to travel. At the same time, when you stop thinking old thoughts, when you refuse to rehearse old memories or worry about familiar problems, the neural pathways associated with those old patterns begin to prune away. They weaken. They fade. Eventually, they disappear entirely. This is neuroplasticity, and it's happening in your brain constantly. You are literally rewiring your brain every moment of every day. The question is, are you rewiring it to be more like your old self, or more like your new self? When you consciously choose new thoughts, you're voting for your new self. When you unconsciously slip into old thoughts, you're voting for your old self. And whichever self gets more votes wins. Whichever identity you energize more consistently becomes your dominant reality. The same process happens with emotions. When you generate elevated emotions like gratitude, love, joy, or inspiration, you're signaling new genes, creating new proteins, changing your biology. You're literally rebuilding your body to match your new self. Your cells are listening to your emotional state and restructuring themselves accordingly. But when you return to familiar emotions like stress, anxiety, resentment, or fear, you're signaling the same old genes, creating the same old proteins, maintaining the same old biology. Your body remains the body of your old self because you keep giving it the same emotional instructions. Resurrection is the process of consistently, persistently, relentlessly choosing the thoughts and emotions of your new self until your brain and body have no choice but to become that new self. until the neural pathways of the new self are so strong that thinking its thoughts feels natural, until the biology of the new self is so established that feeling its emotions feels normal. This doesn't happen overnight. Christ spent 40 days in the wilderness preparing for his ministry, 40 days of fasting, of meditation, of dying to the old and being reborn into the new. He gave his body and brain time to rewire, to rebuild, to resurrect into the consciousness he was about to embody. You need to give yourself that same time and space. Not necessarily 40 days in the wilderness, but consistent daily practice of being your new self. Not trying to be your new self, but actually being your new self. Thinking as your new self thinks, feeling as your new self feels, choosing as your new self chooses. And here's what's beautiful about this process. The more you practice being your new self, the more evidence you create that your new self is real. As you think new thoughts, you make new choices. As you make new choices, you create new experiences. As you create new experiences, you gather new memories, and these new memories become the foundation for your new identity. You're literally creating a new past for yourself, not by denying what happened before, but by choosing to identify with different moments, different successes, different versions of yourself. You start to remember times when you were courageous instead of fearful, times when you were abundant instead of lacking, times when you were loved instead of rejected. This is not delusional. This is selective attention. Your past contains evidence for any identity you choose. If you want to be a victim, you can find plenty of evidence in your past. If you want to be a victor, you can find plenty of evidence for that too. The question is, which evidence are you choosing to energize? Which memories are you rehearsing? Which version of your past are you using to create your present identity? Christ taught this when he said, "Let the dead bury their own dead." He was saying, stop resurrecting your old identity by constantly revisiting your old story. Stop bringing your past into your present by replaying old traumas, old failures, old limitations. Let the dead past stay dead so the new self can live. This is one of the hardest parts of resurrection, releasing your attachment to your old story. Most people are so identified with their story, with their wounds, with their struggles, that they don't know who they'd be without it. Their story has become their identity, and letting go of that story feels like dying. But you can't resurrect into a new self while clutching the corpse of the old self. You can't become who you're meant to be while holding on to who you've been. You have to be willing to release the old story, the old identity, the old version of yourself that was shaped by your past. This doesn't mean pretending your past didn't happen. It means choosing not to let your past define your present or determine your future. It means acknowledging that yes, those things happened, but they don't have to be who you are today. They don't have to limit what you're capable of becoming. Christ demonstrated this ultimate liberation from the past when he resurrected from the tomb. He didn't come back as the beaten, crucified victim. He came back transformed, glorified, unlimited by the physical laws that had constrained him before. He showed that resurrection is not about returning to who you were. It's about emerging as someone completely new. This is what's possible for you in every moment, not a return to some idealized past version of yourself, but an emergence into a version of yourself that has never existed before. A version that's not limited by your history, not defined by your wounds, not constrained by the beliefs you inherited or the conditioning you accumulated. But to access this, you have to practice resurrection consciously, deliberately, consistently. You have to wake up every morning and choose to be your new self. You have to catch yourself throughout the day, slipping into old patterns and consciously choose differently. You have to go to bed at night, reviewing your day not as your old self, but as your new self, reinforcing the identity you're creating. This is what it means to be born again continuously, not a one-time conversion experience, but a moment-by-moment practice of dying and resurrecting, letting go and claiming, releasing and embodying. Every moment is an opportunity for resurrection. Every choice is a chance to be reborn. And as you practice this, something remarkable happens. The gap between your old self and your new self begins to close. The effort required to maintain your new identity decreases. The resistance from your body lessens. The thoughts of your new self start to feel natural. The emotions of your new self start to feel normal. The choices of your new self start to feel automatic. You reach a tipping point where your new self becomes your default self, where you no longer have to consciously choose to be your new self, because being your new self is who you naturally are. The resurrection is complete, not permanently, because you can always slip back, but substantially. You've become someone genuinely different, not through force or willpower, but through the consistent practice of embodying that difference. This is the promise of transformation. This is what Christ demonstrated. This is what's available to you when you commit to the process of daily resurrection, of moment-by-moment rebirth, of continuous evolution from who you were into who you're becoming. But there's another dimension to resurrection that we need to explore. The resurrection of your circumstances, your relationships, your physical reality. Because as you resurrect internally, as you transform your consciousness and embody a new identity, everything external begins to shift as well. This is the law of correspondence. As within, so without. As you change internally, your external reality reorganizes itself to match your internal shift, not because you're manipulating reality, but because your frequency has changed, and reality is always organizing itself around frequency. When you were operating as your old self, you were broadcasting a specific frequency that attracted specific experiences, people, and circumstances. Those experiences reinforced your old identity, creating a feedback loop that kept you trapped. Your external reality was constantly proving to you that you were right about who you thought you were. But when you resurrect into a new self, when you start broadcasting a different frequency, the quantum field responds. New opportunities appear. Different people show up. Circumstances shift. Your external reality begins to reorganize itself around your new frequency, because that's how energy works. Like attracts like. The frequency you embody determines what you experience. This is why resurrection can be so dramatic and visible. It's not just an internal shift that only you can feel. It's a transformation that manifests in every area of your life. Your health changes. Your relationships transform. Your career evolves. Your finances shift. Everything reorganizes because you've reorganized at the foundational level of consciousness. Christ's resurrection was not just spiritual. It was physical, visible, undeniable. People could see the transformation. They could interact with the resurrected Christ. They could witness that he was genuinely different, that something profound had occurred, that death was not the end, but a doorway to a completely new expression of life. Your resurrection will be visible, too. Not in the same dramatic way, but visible nonetheless. People will notice you're different. They'll comment on your energy, your presence, your transformation. Some will be inspired. Some will be confused. Some will resist, because your change threatens their worldview. But you'll know, and others will see, that you are not who you used to be. And this visibility brings responsibility. Once you've resurrected, once you've transformed, you become a demonstration of what's possible. You become living proof that change is real, that transformation works, that humans can actually evolve beyond their conditioning. Christ understood this responsibility. After his resurrection, he spent time with his disciples, showing them that transformation was real, teaching them that what happened to him could happen to them, preparing them to carry this message of resurrection to the world. You have the same responsibility, not to proselytize or convince anyone, but to be the living demonstration of transformation, to show through your life that resurrection is possible, that people can change, that consciousness can evolve, that the old self can die, and a new self can emerge. This is not about being perfect. Christ appeared to his disciples with wounds still visible. The resurrection didn't erase what he'd been through. It transformed him in spite of it, because of it, through it. Your wounds don't disqualify you from resurrection. Your past doesn't prevent your rebirth. Your mistakes don't eliminate your potential for transformation. In fact, it's often your deepest wounds that create the greatest opportunity for resurrection. The places where you've died the most complete deaths are the places where you can experience the most profound rebirths. The areas of your life where you've suffered the most can become the areas where you demonstrate the most remarkable transformation. This is the alchemy of resurrection, turning pain into power, turning wounds into wisdom, turning death into life, not by denying what happened, but by choosing to let what happened be the catalyst for your transformation rather than the prison of your limitation. Christ told his followers, "I came that they may have life and have it abundantly." Not life after death, life now. Abundant life, overflowing life, life that's so full, so rich, so vibrant, that it demonstrates what's possible when a human being fully embodies their divine nature. This abundant life is what resurrection offers you. Not someday in heaven, but today on earth. Not when you die physically, but while you're still living in this body. Not as a future promise, but as a present reality that you access through the consistent practice of dying to the old and being born into the new. Every morning is a resurrection opportunity. Every moment is a rebirth possibility. Every breath is a chance to let the old self die and the new self emerge. You don't have to wait for some catastrophic event to force your transformation. You don't have to hit rock bottom before you can rebuild. You can choose resurrection right now, in this moment, regardless of your circumstances. This is the gift Christ gave humanity through his resurrection. Not a one-time miracle that happened 2,000 years ago, but a demonstration of a process that's available to every human being in every moment. The process of dying and rising, of releasing and claiming, of letting go of who you've been and embodying who you're becoming. The tomb is empty. Not just the one in Jerusalem, but the one in your consciousness where you've been keeping your old self preserved, protected, familiar. That tomb is ready to be emptied. That stone is ready to be rolled away. That death is ready to give way to new life. But you have to choose it. You have to walk out of the tomb. You have to step into the light of your new identity. You have to live as your resurrected self, not just think about it, or hope for it, or wait for it to happen automatically. Resurrection is not passive. It's the most active choice you can make. It's the continuous decision to embody your transformation, to think the thoughts of your new self, to feel the emotions of your new self, to make the choices of your new self, until that self is no longer new but natural, no longer aspirational but actual, no longer becoming but being. Christ said, "I am the resurrection and the life." Not I will be, not I might be. I am. Present tense. Current reality. He wasn't talking about something that would happen after death. He was declaring himself as the living embodiment of resurrection, the demonstration that life can be continuously renewed, that consciousness can be constantly reborn, that transformation is not a destination but a way of being. You can make the same declaration. Not with arrogance, but with the quiet certainty of someone who has practiced resurrection enough times to know it's real. You can become the resurrection and the life in your own experience, in your own consciousness, in your own reality. The old self is already dying. You can feel it. That's why you're here, reading these words, opening to this possibility. Something in you knows that who you've been cannot take you where you want to go. Something in you is ready to let the old self die, so the new self can emerge. Trust that knowing. Follow it. Let it lead you through the death and into the resurrection. Let it guide you from who you were into who you're becoming. Let it show you that rebirth is not a religious concept, but a biological, neurological, and spiritual reality that you can experience right now. The tomb is open. The stone has been rolled away. The resurrection is waiting, not for you to earn it, or deserve it, or become worthy of it, but for you to choose it, claim it, embody it. Will you walk out of the tomb? Will you leave the old self dead and buried? Will you step into the light of your new identity and live as the resurrected version of yourself? Because that's the only question that matters. Not whether resurrection is possible, but whether you're willing to live it. Not whether transformation can happen, but whether you'll choose it in this moment and every moment that follows. The power is yours. The choice is yours. The resurrection is yours. Rise and live. Chapter 10. Living as Christ in the Modern World. The new earth begins in you. Christ never left the world to practice his spirituality. He didn't retreat to a monastery or hide in a cave or separate himself from humanity to maintain his divine consciousness. He walked into the marketplace. He sat with sinners and tax collectors. He touched lepers. He challenged authorities. He lived fully engaged with the messiness of human existence while maintaining the frequency of the divine. And this is the ultimate test of transformation. Can you think like Christ while living in the world? Most people believe that to be spiritual, you have to withdraw from the world. You have to avoid negativity, surround yourself only with positive people, create a bubble of peace where nothing can disturb you. But that's not mastery, that's hiding. True mastery is maintaining your frequency regardless of circumstances, remaining in your divine nature even when you're surrounded by chaos, thinking like the spirit while fully engaged with the material world. This is the invitation Christ extends to you in this final chapter, to bring everything you've learned, everything you've practiced, everything you've become, and live it in the real world. Not in meditation, not in isolation, not in some idealized spiritual environment, but in your job, your relationships, your daily challenges, your mundane moments, to be the light in the darkness, not by escaping the darkness, but by illuminating it with your presence. And let me be clear, this is not easy. It's actually the hardest part of the entire journey, because the world is designed to pull you out of your elevated state. Your job will stress you. Your family will trigger you. The news will frighten you. Traffic will frustrate you. Bills will worry you. The constant stream of demands, distractions, and disturbances, will test your ability to maintain the consciousness you've worked so hard to develop. This is where most people fail. They do the inner work. They have the breakthrough experiences. They touch the divine consciousness. But then they go back into their regular life, and within hours, sometimes minutes, they're right back in their old patterns. The elevated state they cultivated in meditation evaporates the moment someone cuts them off in traffic, or their boss criticizes them, or their partner says something hurtful. And they conclude that transformation doesn't work in the real world, that maybe it's possible for monks or mystics or people who don't have real responsibilities, but not for them, not with their job, their family, their circumstances. But Christ proved this wrong. He had more pressure, more opposition, more challenges than most people will ever face. And he maintained his consciousness through all of it. Not because his circumstances were better, but because he understood something crucial. Your external world doesn't determine your internal state. Your internal state determines your experience of your external world. This is the shift you must make to live as Christ in the modern world. You have to stop believing that your circumstances need to change for you to feel differently. You have to stop waiting for your job to get better, your relationship to improve, your finances to stabilize before you can access peace, joy, or love. You have to generate those states internally, independent of circumstances, and maintain them regardless of what's happening around you. This sounds impossible when you first try it. How can you feel peaceful when your life is chaotic? How can you feel abundant when your bank account is empty? How can you feel loved when you're alone? This is where the practice of everything we've covered in this book becomes essential. This is where faith as frequency, prayer as co-creation, and resurrection as daily practice come together to create a way of being that transforms your experience of life. Let me walk you through what this actually looks like in practical, everyday situations. You wake up in the morning and consciously choose to resurrect your new self instead of your old self. You don't check your phone immediately. You don't start thinking about your problems. You don't rehearse your to-do list. Instead, you take a few moments to connect with your divine nature, to feel gratitude, to set your frequency before you engage with the world. This morning practice is not optional. It's the foundation of everything else. Christ would withdraw to pray before engaging with crowds, before performing miracles, before teaching. He set his frequency first, and you must do the same. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever you can manage, but make it non-negotiable. This is where you align yourself with the consciousness you want to maintain throughout the day. Then you go into your day, and immediately you're tested. Maybe it's your first email. Maybe it's your first conversation. Maybe it's traffic on your way to work. Something happens that triggers your old response patterns. Your body wants to react with stress, anxiety, frustration, or anger. And in that moment, you have a choice. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where thinking like Christ becomes a lived practice instead of a theoretical concept. You feel the emotion arising, you notice the familiar thought patterns starting, and you consciously choose differently. You breathe. You remember who you really are. You refuse to let external circumstances determine your internal state. You might not do this perfectly. You might slip. You might react before you catch yourself. But the key is how quickly you notice and how quickly you return to your chosen frequency. Christ never said you wouldn't be tempted. He said when you're tempted, resist. When you fall, get back up. When you slip into old patterns, consciously choose the new pattern again. This is the practice of living in the world, but not being of the world. You're fully engaged with what's happening around you, but you're not controlled by it. You respond to circumstances without being reactive. You participate in life without being dominated by it. You remain sovereign over your internal state, regardless of external conditions. Now let's talk about how this manifests in specific areas of your life, because this is where most people need concrete guidance. Let's start with work, because this is where many people spend most of their time, and where they feel most disconnected from their spiritual practice. Your job is not separate from your spiritual path. Your workplace is not a place where you have to be someone different than who you really are. In fact, your job is one of the most powerful arenas for practicing Christ consciousness, because it presents constant opportunities to choose love over fear, peace over stress, creation over reaction. When you're in a meeting and someone criticizes your work, you have a choice. You can take it personally, feel attacked, become defensive, and drop your frequency. Or you can remain in your divine nature, recognize that their criticism is coming from their own consciousness level, and respond from a place of confidence and clarity without emotional charge. When you're facing a deadline and feeling pressure, you have a choice. You can stress, panic, and operate from survival mode, or you can remain centered, trust in your capabilities, and work from a state of flow where solutions come easily and creativity flows naturally. When a coworker is negative or gossiping or creating drama, you have a choice. You can engage with it, participate in it, and lower your frequency to match theirs. Or you can maintain your elevated state, respond with compassion, or simply remove yourself from the situation without judgment. Every interaction at work is an opportunity to practice being the consciousness of Christ, not by preaching or trying to change people, but by being so coherent in your own frequency that your presence naturally elevates the environment. People will feel different around you, even if they can't articulate why. Meetings will go more smoothly when you're present. Solutions will emerge more easily when you're involved. This is not magic. This is the natural result of a coherent electromagnetic field affecting other fields around it. But here's what's important. You're not doing this to manipulate outcomes or to make yourself look good. You're doing this because you've committed to maintaining your divine consciousness, regardless of circumstances. The positive effects that ripple out from your coherent state are simply side benefits of your commitment to remaining aligned. The same principles apply to your relationships, your partner, your children, your parents, your friends. They're all going to trigger you. They're going to push your buttons, disappoint you, misunderstand you, or make demands on you. This is not evidence that you need to change your relationships. This is evidence that you need to practice maintaining your frequency within your relationships. Christ loved people who didn't love him back. He maintained peace with people who opposed him. He showed compassion to people who rejected him. He didn't need people to behave a certain way for him to remain in his divine nature. And neither do you. When your partner says something hurtful, you have a choice. You can close your heart, attack back, or withdraw into resentment. Or you can remain in the frequency of love, recognize that their hurtful words come from their own pain, and respond from wholeness rather than woundedness. When your children are difficult, you have a choice. You can react with frustration and impatience, or you can remain centered and respond with firm but loving guidance that comes from your divine nature rather than your triggered ego. When your parents criticize your choices, you have a choice. You can defend yourself, feel small, or rebel against their judgment. Or you can remain sovereign in your own consciousness, honor their perspective without being controlled by it, and maintain your chosen frequency regardless of their approval. This doesn't mean becoming a doormat. This doesn't mean allowing toxic behavior. Christ set boundaries. He walked away from people who weren't ready to receive his message. He called out hypocrisy, but he did all of this from a place of centered power, not from reactivity or victimhood. You can maintain healthy boundaries while remaining in love. You can say no while staying in your divine nature. You can remove yourself from harmful situations while maintaining compassion for those involved. The key is that your actions come from consciousness, not from unconscious reaction. Now let's address the biggest challenge most people face. How do you maintain elevated consciousness when you're dealing with real problems, when you're facing genuine challenges, when life is actually difficult and not just theoretically so? This is where faith as frequency becomes absolutely essential. When everything in your external world is telling you to be afraid, to worry, to stress, you have to consciously choose to hold the frequency of faith, not blind hope that everything will work out, but the embodied knowing that regardless of what's happening, you are connected to infinite intelligence that's always guiding you toward your highest good. Christ demonstrated this in the storm. The disciples were panicking, convinced they were going to die. The external circumstances were genuinely dangerous, but Christ slept peacefully, then woke up and calmed the storm, not because he didn't recognize the danger, but because he knew something they didn't. The storm had no power over his internal state, and from his internal state, he could influence the storm. You will face storms, financial storms, health storms, relationship storms, career storms, and in those moments, you'll be tempted to believe that the storm is the reality, and your elevated consciousness is just positive thinking that can't help. But that's backwards. Your consciousness is the only reality that matters. The storm is temporary. Your consciousness is eternal. And from an elevated consciousness, you can navigate storms that would destroy you from a lower consciousness. This doesn't mean the storm magically disappears. It means you remain centered while the storm rages, making decisions from clarity instead of panic, taking action from wisdom instead of fear, maintaining your frequency while circumstances challenge it. And here's what happens when you do this consistently. The storms become less frequent, less intense, and shorter in duration. Not because the universe stops sending challenges, but because your frequency shifts to a level where you're no longer attracting the same chaotic circumstances. Your external reality begins to stabilize because your internal reality has stabilized. But you have to go through the storms while maintaining consciousness to reach that stability. You can't wait for life to get easier before you practice thinking like Christ. You have to think like Christ, especially when life is hard. That's how you develop the spiritual muscle that eventually transforms your life. Let me also address something crucial. Living as Christ in the modern world doesn't mean being perfect. Christ was fully human as well as fully divine. He experienced the full range of human emotions. The difference was that he didn't identify with those emotions. He didn't let temporary feelings become his permanent state. You will get angry. You will feel sad. You will experience fear. You will have moments of doubt. This doesn't mean you've failed or that you're not spiritual enough. It means you're human. The question is not whether you experience these emotions, but how long you stay in them and whether you let them dictate your actions. Christ felt anguish in the garden before his crucifixion. He experienced the full weight of what he was about to face. But he didn't stay in that state. He moved through the emotion, reconnected with his divine nature, and moved forward with clarity and purpose. You can do the same. When difficult emotions arise, don't suppress them or judge yourself for having them. Feel them fully, acknowledge them, and then consciously choose to return to your elevated state. The faster you can do this, the more mastery you're developing. And here's something beautiful. As you practice this, as you live more and more from Christ consciousness, you become a catalyst for others, not because you're trying to change them, or convince them, or convert them, but because your frequency is contagious. When you maintain peace in chaos, others feel it. When you maintain love in conflict, others sense it. When you maintain faith in uncertainty, others are inspired by it. Christ didn't try to change people through arguments or persuasion. He changed people through presence. His frequency was so coherent, so elevated, so aligned with Source, that being around him naturally elevated others. They felt safe to be vulnerable, to release their pain, to remember their own divine nature. This is the most powerful form of service you can offer the world. Not doing things for people, not fixing their problems, not taking on their suffering, but maintaining such a high frequency that your very presence becomes a healing force. You become the light that Christ talked about, not by trying to be the light, but by being so aligned with your divine nature that light is what you naturally radiate. But this requires you to prioritize your own consciousness above everything else. And this is where most people struggle, because they've been taught that prioritizing themselves is selfish. They believe they should sacrifice their own well-being for others, that being spiritual means putting everyone else first. But Christ modeled something different. He regularly withdrew from the crowds to reconnect with Source. He didn't let the needs of others deplete his own energy. He gave from overflow, not from depletion. He maintained his own alignment first, and from that alignment, he could serve effectively. You must do the same. You cannot give what you don't have. You cannot elevate others if you're not elevated yourself. You cannot be a light for others if your own light is flickering. Maintaining your consciousness, your frequency, your alignment is not selfish. It's the prerequisite for genuine service. This means sometimes saying no. It means sometimes disappointing people. It means sometimes choosing your own restoration over someone else's demands. And this is not only okay, it's necessary. Because when you maintain your alignment, when you protect your frequency, when you refuse to let others drain your energy, you become exponentially more effective at serving the world. Now, as we come to the close of this journey together, I want to address the question that's probably arising in your mind. How do I maintain this? How do I keep living as Christ consciousness when the world is constantly pulling me in other directions? How do I make this sustainable? The answer is simple, but not easy. You must make your spiritual practice the foundation of your life, not something you do in addition to your life. Your morning practice, your meditation, your conscious choice to maintain elevated states, these cannot be optional extras that you fit in when you have time. They must become as essential as breathing, eating, sleeping. Christ's entire life was a prayer. His consciousness was always connected to Source. He didn't compartmentalize his spirituality from his daily living. Everything he did was an expression of his divine nature. And this is what you're moving toward. Not a life where you meditate for 20 minutes and then forget about consciousness for the rest of the day, but a life where every moment is conscious, every action is intentional, every interaction is an opportunity to express your divine nature. This is what it means to be in the world, but not of the world. You're fully engaged with your daily life, your work, your relationships, your responsibilities, but you're doing all of it from an elevated consciousness. You're bringing heaven to earth through the way you show up, the frequency you maintain, the love you embody. And here's the promise. As you do this consistently, as you make this your way of life, you will experience a transformation that goes beyond anything you can imagine, not just in your circumstances, though those will change dramatically, but in your very experience of being alive. Life becomes richer, deeper, more meaningful. You see miracles in mundane moments. You feel connected to everything and everyone. You experience joy that doesn't depend on circumstances and peace that transcends understanding. This is the abundant life Christ promised. This is the kingdom of heaven on earth. This is what becomes possible when you truly commit to thinking like Christ, not as a religious practice, but as a way of being, not as something you try to achieve, but as something you allow yourself to become. The journey doesn't end here. In many ways, it's just beginning, because now you have the knowledge, the tools, the understanding to actually live what you've learned. Now comes the daily practice of embodying this consciousness in every area of your life. Now comes the moment-by-moment choice to be the frequency of Christ in a world that's desperately needed this frequency. And I want you to understand something crucial. You choosing to live this way is not just about your personal transformation. Every time you maintain your frequency in chaos, you're stabilizing the collective consciousness. Every time you choose love over fear, you're tipping the balance of human consciousness toward love. Every time you embody your divine nature, you're making it easier for others to remember theirs. You are not alone in this. There are others all over the world who are making this same commitment, practicing this same consciousness, embodying this same frequency. Together, you are creating the new earth that Christ spoke about. Not a place in the future, but a state of consciousness that's emerging now through people like you who are willing to think differently, feel differently, and be differently. This is your calling. This is your purpose. This is why you picked up this book, why you've read this far, why something in you resonates with these teachings. Not to learn information, but to remember who you really are. Not to become something you're not, but to return to what you've always been underneath all the conditioning and programming. You are divine consciousness in human form. You are infinite potential, expressing itself through a finite body. You are love. You are light. You are the creative intelligence of the universe, experiencing itself subjectively. This is not metaphor. This is not philosophy. This is the literal truth of your nature. And when you live from this truth, when you think from this consciousness, when you embody this frequency, you don't just change your own life. You become a force for transformation in the world. You become the demonstration that evolution is possible, that consciousness can shift, that humans can live as the divine beings they truly are. Christ said, "You are the light of the world. A city on a hill cannot be hidden." He was talking about you, about your potential, about what becomes possible when you fully awaken to your divine nature and live from that awakening in every moment. The world is waiting for you to remember. The collective consciousness is ready to shift. The new earth is ready to be born. And it begins with you in this moment, making the choice to think like Christ, to feel like Christ, to be the consciousness that Christ demonstrated. Not someday, not when you're more ready, not when circumstances are better. Now, today, in this moment, you are ready. You have everything you need. You are everything you need to be. All that remains is the choice to live it, to embody it, to become it so completely that there's no separation between the spiritual teaching and your daily living. This is the invitation. This is the path. This is the promise. A life lived from Christ consciousness is a life of purpose, power, peace, and profound joy. It's a life where miracles become natural, where synchronicities are commonplace, where love flows freely and abundantly. And this life is not reserved for saints, or mystics, or special people. This life is available to you right now, if you're willing to make the commitment, if you're willing to practice daily, if you're willing to maintain your frequency, regardless of circumstances, if you're willing to be the light, even in the darkness. Christ didn't save humanity through his crucifixion. He liberated humanity through his demonstration. He showed what's possible. He proved that humans can embody divine consciousness. He opened the door that had been closed, and now that door remains open for anyone willing to walk through it. Will you walk through? Will you take everything you've learned and actually live it? Will you think like Christ, not just in meditation, but in traffic, not just in prayer, but in conflict, not just in peak experiences, but in mundane moments? Because that's where the real transformation happens. That's where you discover whether you've truly changed or whether you've just accumulated more spiritual knowledge. That's where the teachings become your lived reality instead of interesting concepts. The world needs you to step into this. Not the world out there, but the world that immediately surrounds you. Your family needs you to embody this consciousness. Your workplace needs you to maintain this frequency. Your community needs you to be this light. And you need this for yourself. You need to live from your divine nature, because anything less is suffering. Anything less is limitation. Anything less is a denial of your true potential. So here's my final invitation to you. Go live it. Take everything you've read, everything you've learned, everything that's resonated with you, and make it your daily practice. Wake up every morning and consciously choose to resurrect your divine self. Move through your day, maintaining your frequency regardless of circumstances. Go to sleep each night, grateful for another day of growth, another day of practice, another day of becoming more of who you really are. And know this: you don't have to do it perfectly. You just have to keep choosing, keep practicing, keep returning to your divine nature every time you slip into old patterns. The journey is not about perfection. It's about direction. It's about consistently choosing to move toward your highest self, even when you stumble, even when you fall, even when you forget. Christ is not waiting for you to become worthy of his consciousness. Christ is the consciousness that you already are when you strip away everything that's not you. The kingdom of heaven is not something you enter when you die. The kingdom of heaven is what you experience when you fully awaken to your divine nature while you're still alive. This is your time. This is your moment. This is your opportunity to stop living as a limited human and start living as the infinite divine being you truly are. The choice is yours. The power is yours. The transformation is yours. Think like Christ. Feel like Christ. Be the consciousness that Christ demonstrated, not for religious reasons, but because it's the truth of who you are. Not to become enlightened someday, but to live awakened right now. Not to escape the world, but to transform it through your presence. The new earth begins in you. The transformation of humanity starts with your consciousness. The light that will illuminate the darkness is the light you choose to embody in this moment and every moment that follows. You are ready. You are capable. You are divine. Now go live like it.